Hey guys, we're live, and so how's everybody doing today? Definitely gonna move that over there for a bit. Definitely. Oh, before we get that, we're not ready for that yet. Definitely. Darny toad. That's how you get that out of there. Nice red color, guys, for Canada today. So welcome to Celtic Gypsy Warriors Live, guys. Joker's on duty. Celtic Gypsy Warriors, guys, live. Canada Day live from my home, guys. Definitely shows. Again, started March 26th, all the way up to into July 1st, 2021. Aside from that, just having kind of just a toasted garlic bologna sandwich. Kind of the garlic flavor. Couldn't find the ketchup, but that's okay. No, I kind of live without ketchup today. Also, so you guys get a chance to I check out my videos on Instagram too as well. Um, yeah, they're really awesome. Those that all have Instagram and that. Also, I got some live videos on Instagram and live videos on YouTube, and live videos on Facebook. Just sit back and I think tomorrow, I guess, just tomorrow night, I guess I'll be whipping up some hamburger helper, that kind of stuff like that. So okay, kind of cool. When we get close to back into October, guys, I will do probably some more witches gumbo and that kind of stuff like that too as well. I thought garlic bologna would taste different than regular bologna. It doesn't. You don't even taste the garlic. They both taste the same. We'll get that kind of stirred in. There we go. Excuse me, I had to burp. Totally. Also, guys, if you guys caught yesterday's some of my YouTube shows from yesterday, guys, if you guys were on YouTube and that, some of the Canada Day Life from my home magic shows, definitely I was doing in that kind of some of the basics and stuff like that. Feel free to check those out. I'll tell you, it's always going down the hatch. There we go, clear the throat. I tell you. Nice red color, guys, for Canada Day. Awesome stuff. So again, Canada Day night, guys. Definitely, we're gonna do the. I've got some. I got some cool kind of what do you call kind of like an audio strobe lighting kind of fireworks sound effects, guys, for you guys for that night. Definitely. So that's gonna be quite interesting, and probably some more red magical beer. I just love the sound how you twist the glass around at the bottom. Totally. It makes that kind of that cool twisting sound at the bottom of it. Just underneath the glass part. Definitely. Pitter patter like hey. So I just want to do a quick live. Also, you can see how it's getting all decorated in the back here. Totally. I think there's still going to be some more stuff coming too as well eventually. I'm going to buy some more stuff to hang up for Canada Day. And the colorful lights are going to be on back there too as well. So on top of the orange lights. Uh, Now there's a Molson Canadian right there, guys. A nice red one. All these basic magic tricks, I tell you, for Canada Day live at home, I tell you, it's starting to wear me out. And, well, that's okay. I'm kind of used to it. Just kind of how to also tune in between. I can have a bit of a relaxed day to day, kind of watching movies and that kind of stuff like that too, as well. As I said, I got all my, I got my video games back here. I got my movies and that kind of stuff to watch. All my wife's movies, her movies are in the other room. Just mine are out here. Definitely, because we have different tastes in movies. So she don't like watching what I watch. Definitely. So she has her own movie collection in the room over here. Not out here in the living room that you see behind me. Hers is in the other room. Because we don't watch the same stuff. So basically, guys, we're going to save all the rest of the best for Canada Day is what we're going to do. So yes, there'll be Canada Day night, Canada Day night, guys. Definitely, guys. There's going to be more of the hat tricks that you see live here on YouTube. Definitely, probably a few of those. Then there'll be Jokers on Duty, Jokers on Duty, Jokers on Duty, Jokers on Duty corner here, guys. Will be open up with a little. I hate that other iPod thing. With a little bit of a stand-up comedy, guys, definitely. I just have to process putting that all together, and so, guys, we're gonna have a whole good Canada Day live from at home, guys, right here on social media. Also, too, we have what is it? Again, I'm gonna have Felicia come out, and Felicia loves coming out all the time. Mr. Skulls. Pringles Pete, I tell you, we can have a ball. I tell you. Oh yes, we're gonna have mock telephone calls from Felicia on one of these nights, and I just have to set it up. And we have again mock calls from Pringles Pete. And the King of Nightmares, definitely. Guys, it's gonna be awesome stuff. And then the Dark Content Hunter's Cabin chess games will start once I clear this table. We'll clear this table off. And generally, we'll be starting, and so. After Canada Day, and it's going to go all summer long because there's going to be nights of chess and different other things, coffee lounge, live coffee lounge, hours, that kind of thing. And then the haunted house is going to pick up near the mid or end of August and go right all the way through October. And then go into like a paranormal, supernatural, haunted Christmas and New Year's this year, definitely. So we're gonna give Christmas we're gonna give it a spooky look this year. Totally, same with New Year's. Also, too, there'll be the paranormal ghost legends, paranormal supernatural ghost legends, that kind of stuff. That will be set. I'll be setting up the narrator for that, definitely. That kind of stuff like that. So feel free if you want to follow, you can. You do not have to. Don't feel pressured that you have to follow. Some of these shows may contain strobe lighting. So if they contain strobe lighting, you can't handle strobe lighting. You are excused from following and that kind of stuff. That you do not have to follow them. Just follow the ones that don't have the strobe lighting on them. that kind of stuff like that. So. And again, all these shows are 18, 19 plus, definitely. All the way through to New Year's, definitely. So again, there's no more Christmas Elf Lounge, guys. Definitely, this is the first year it didn't work out. All these years that I was doing Christmas Elf Lounge, guys, for all ages, it worked out. This is the first year when we tried introducing it to TikTok, it didn't work out. The people got on and they got too bullying over it, and coming out with their, coming out saying, saying negative things about the Christmas elf theme and that kind of stuff like that. And those that believe in Christmas elves and Santa Claus that may be out there that's online or whatever, they were getting all upset because people were saying negative things in the comments. So this is why I say, guys, because of that, to avoid all that, there's no more Christmas Elf Lounge. Definitely. Told you, it only takes a few badasses to ruin it. Definitely for everybody else. And definitely. It's not fair. It's not right, but hey, it's a privilege. Privileges can be lost. Definitely. And privileges are not rights. There's always a big difference. Totally. So basically, I figured, hey, since I'm really not much of a Christmas person anyways, I figure, do Haunted Hunter's Cabin, like the Gothic, the paranormal, supernatural, Halloween content, all the way to New Year's Eve, all the way through Christmas. And not just stop like I used to do right on Halloween night, after Halloween night, and then switch over from there to Christmas Elf Lounge. Do away with Christmas Elf Lounge and keep the Halloween content going all the way to New Year's. Because people seem to like that a lot better. Definitely, because there's a lot more. I'm seeing there's a lot more horror movie fans like myself that they want Halloween content all the way through 365 days a year, and that's what you're going to get. Definitely. That means we're going to drain Christianity right out of the Christmas theme in generally, and replace it with like a Gothic, paranormal, supernatural thing that everybody wants. Haunted house, Haunted Hunter's Cabin, going all the way to New Year's. Definitely. So the actual Christian theme to it, yes, we're going to drain it right out. Definitely. To make those people happy, because they want their Halloween content all the way to New Year's. So they want Halloween like basically forever, all year round, 365 days a year. Definitely. So like I said, so it's been requested. So and I will and I'm going to actually, I'm taking them up on that request. And definitely. But yeah. So that means because it's a paranormal theme all the way to New Year's now, every single year, if this works out, and I know it will because a lot of people like paranormal stuff or supernatural stuff better, and they love the Halloween content a lot better, or the horror movie content a lot better. That I know that it's going to be a big. It's a type of thing that everybody wants. So therefore, it is 18, 19 plus and up. Definitely. So to follow in, you'll have to be 18, 19 plus to follow. If you are under 18, it's not saying you can't follow these shows and watch them. If you are under 18, make sure you're accompanied by an adult who is 18 years of age and older, in case some of the special effects or whatever may frighten you, especially when it has to do with Hunter's Cabin, or it's in a haunted house theme. Definitely, based on probably the background sound effects or whatever. Um, may actually could frighten you, or some of the magical illusions, guys. Your kind of spiritual magical illusions you're going to see behind me that is going to develop. Definitely, that you may see things clear spiritually, clear as day on camera. Um, and definitely, especially if the magic board is going to be used a lot more. Definitely. So make sure that you guys are 18, 19 plus, please. Definitely. If you are under 18, I'm not saying you cannot follow and watch, but make sure you're accompanied by an actual adult that is 18 years of age and up, so you're properly supervised. It's no different than going into a rated R movie in the movie theater, because if you're under 18, they're not going to let you into that movie. If you're under 19 and 18 years of age, they're not going to let you into that movie without an adult. Not saying that you cannot enter that movie. It is just buy tickets to that movie. It is saying that you have to be with an adult that is a legal age to go into that movie before you can go in. You have to be accompanied and technically be supervised. Just in case of some of the content of the movie, the horror movie itself frightens you and gives you nightmares or whatever. That way it's not liability on the Cineplex. Definitely. That kind of stuff of that. So that responsibility becomes that adult's responsibility that takes you in, that buys you the ticket to take you in. That's all that means. Definitely. That's what they talk about, it being different from a PG movie to a restricted movie. Definitely. Well, again, with the kind of haunted house content that I do, it is the same idea. Definitely. Because when I do this haunted house, it's if it's going to be the haunted house all the way through Christmas and New Year's, definitely it is going to be all adult content because the fact this is what I do at Halloween time for the adults. Definitely, because the adults can't go trick or treating. Definitely, us adults cannot go trick or treating. So if they go out, they take their kids out. Yes, because their kids go to door. So the company to supervise their kids while they go to door. But the adults cannot go to door. So the adults don't really get to enjoy Halloween that much like they used to when they used to have the big adult parties or whatever. But even more so since during these times that they've shut down those big parties. I do everything live from at home, like an adult haunted house, so that way adults can sit back on their computer, sit at home, and watch, and still have some enjoyment at Halloween. Definitely. So there is something for adults to enjoy as well. So, and definitely. So, like I said, so there's a lot of my shows now. I had to choose by one or the other. I couldn't do what I tried with Christmas time, going from an 18 plus show down to PG. I had to kind of choose which way it was going to go. Is it going to go PG all the time, or is it going to instead of jump roping? Definitely. Apparently, according to the live social media, they don't let you do that. So you're either PG or you're restricted. It is one or the other. You can't do both. I did not know that. So, but because the haunted house that I do, or haunted hunter's cabin that I do live from at home, definitely PG was the only one that was Christmas Elf Lounge. But then jumping back into when Canada Day hits, like the Canada Day shows, St. Patrick's Day shows, again changing over from PG back to rated R of a live stream. I cannot jump back, and apparently I'm not allowed to jump back and forth in ratings. So it has to be one or the other. So now I specifically have to be an 18, 19 plus show all the way through. Definitely. So everything from St. Patrick's Day and even the Christmas has to be rated R. Definitely, because since now everybody wants the haunted theme and that kind of stuff like that. They want the Halloween Gothic theme. They want the paranormal theme. So when it's going, and plus when it's a paranormal theme or supernatural theme, or there's some happy juice on deck, it definitely has to be rated R, 19 and up, definitely. Those are the rules. Those are social media rules. So yes, definitely, yes, I do have to set it for not for kids. Definitely. So yeah, so the adult gets their kind of, their live stream hour and that kind of stuff like that. With this haunted house or this paranormal haunted house, that's going to be big this year, all the way through Christmas and New Year's this time. So um, so again, it'll be a lot more for adults to really get the enjoyment out of my particular content. Now, other people's contents are all different. So that's what I said. All social media, everybody on social media, they're all different. They put out different levels of ratings for their content. And that is okay too, as well. If they are PG content, if they're actually putting out PG content, they are restricted from certain items on their stream. I did not know that. Depends on how they set their settings. If they set it not for kids, then yes, they can have happy juice on there. If they set it for kids, no, they cannot have the happy juice on here. Definitely, because then it registers through the algorithm as being a PG or G show. Definitely. If you set it not for kids, then yes, it automatically registers as being restricted. Definitely. That kids, if not saying that kids can't follow, they must be supervised by an actual legal age of adult. Definitely while watching. That is the only thing. Especially if you're putting out supernatural shows or paranormal shows, where you got people in costumes jumping out, scaring the shit out of people, or you got people dressing up as dead bodies coming out of the graveyard, that kind of stuff like that. That is considered horror movie content. That is all adult content of entertainment, which is all right too, but definitely you have to set your live streams not suitable for children. Definitely you have to put a very strict starting age is 19 and above. Between 18 and 19 and above. Definitely. That is the only thing. But if you have like Sesame Street puppets or whatever, yeah, you can't have happy juice on here. You have to set the children content. You don't have a choice. That is the only difference, definitely. But yeah, this is how it is all different, definitely. But yeah. So again, the Haunted Hunter's Cabin Haunted House, guys. So again, Canada Day Live at Home, definitely on live stream here is all 18 and up. So with St. Patrick's Day, and Canada Day Live from at Home, which is started March 26th into July the 1st. It's adult content, and starting July the 2nd, 3rd, which is the Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin chess games, that will take us right into the haunted house. Will be adult content, and instead of that haunted house ending on Halloween night, it's going extending all the way through to Christmas, all the way through the month of November, all the way through December, through Christmas, and all the way to New Year's Day. So it's going to be a different style. It's going to be a paranormal, supernatural style of Christmas this year, definitely. It won't, even if it does involve the Christmas elf, it'll be at a spooky level, definitely. We're going to spook them up a bit. So I have an idea, definitely. I have an idea. It was like, oh man, that's not good. That's not good when the Gypsy Rover has an idea. That ain't good. No, just kidding, guys. Just making you guys laugh. Bit of sense of humor. Definitely. So again, it's more a little bit more happy juice hour, definitely, guys. Right now for Canada Day, it is just red brewski, grog. But when we get into Halloween shows, guys, the red beer changes over to bloody brewskis. That's just the only difference. And yes, we use we just like St. Patrick's Day. We do a lot of green slime in the glass, definitely, that you're gonna see when we get closer into the Halloween into the haunted house, definitely, guys. And all the lovely homemade spooky people, made up people are gonna be back out here, done up again, definitely. The haunted library back there will all be set up, everything. I think yes, because I live here in Ontario, Canada. I was born in here in Ontario. I grew up in Ontario, Canada. Here, I think we're gonna keep the flags up, definitely, and decorate around it. So definitely, because Haunted Hunter's Cabin, believe it or not, represents all nationalities, but it is also a paranormal supernatural legend that happened here in Canada, just outside of Halliburton and Bob Cajun, definitely, which is Peterborough County and Lindsay area. So totally different. But we replicating everything here in Wyerton, Ontario, because this is where I live now. Definitely. That kind of stuff. So basically, this is going to be quite awesome. And also too, Pringles Pete's going to be back in his ghost format for Haunted Hunter's Cabin. He's only coming back out and around into human form just for Canada Day, guys, to kick off Haunted Hunter's Cabin this year. And Felicia, you're going to see a lot of her. Definitely. She's going to be, she is going to be here for Canada Day. And so is the King of Nightmares. And then they're all going to be here, definitely, for a Haunted Hunter's Cabin. When we get into the haunted house, I tell you guys. Felicia is the biggest host. She is the biggest host for Haunted Hunter's Cabin. Definitely. She's the main. I used to be the main host. I don't know how she ended up becoming the main host. She just that bitch just takes over my shows. I tell you. No word of a lie. No, I'm just kidding, guys. Don't take me serious. I'm just joking. So yeah, she is going to being the host, definitely, for Haunted Hunter's Cabin. Here goes my stick. Where did my stick go? Oh, there it is. So those are some of the updates, definitely. Basically just focusing right now on Canada Day live at home, guys. And definitely. Now I dance too sometimes, but I tell you, Felicia, do not get it going. I maybe this year may surprise you guys, because the narrator is set up on my other device too as well. I tell you, who knows? She may be getting out here and doing a dance number for you guys again, like she did last year. Definitely. You never know. If you guys tuned into TikTok last year, even some of my YouTube videos from last year, over the previous years, and that kind of stuff like that, Felicia going out there doing the jig. I tell you. She was really rocking up the thing, definitely. And when she comes out, yes, she is very heavy with the strobe lighting. And also too, during the Haunted Hunter's Cabin sessions, early October, you'll see her a lot more. Definitely around October 6th, because that's when I turned 41 this year. Definitely. So Felicia is definitely going to be here for that. Definitely. So So again, guys, my birthday shows again this year, like I did last year on YouTube. Definitely, when I went from 39 to being 40 last year. This year I'm going from 40 to 41. Definitely. So the October the 6th show, and October the 6th, of Haunted Hunters Cabin Session, which is Thanksgiving weekend, the spooky Thanksgiving and birthday show, guys, definitely is going to be a big kickoff too as well, for my 41st birthday. I hope I see it then. Definitely. But yeah, so that there is kind of be a good start off, and which is going to take us right in all the way through to the haunted house, on to Halloween night, then moving on from Halloween night through into a haunted Christmas, into a paranormal supernatural New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Definitely. And yes, this year, guys, I am going to try to stay up, definitely, and not pass out. Definitely, before CNN airs on the TV, before they drop the ball, even before they go live, because I fell asleep before they even went live, and I missed them, and I never missed them. I never miss a year of them. Definitely on New Year's Eve, I never miss a year of those guys. Definitely when CNN goes live, definitely. So that is going to be quite interesting too, on that one. Also, do check out some of my Instagram videos, guys. I've got cool ones on Instagram. If you guys want to go check those out, some of the magic shows I put on Instagram too as well. Also got a few up to date this year on YouTube. I did right on YouTube and that kind of stuff like that too as well. Feel free to go check those ones out. Definitely. There was one that did fail going through to Facebook that I had to delete. That was a really, really good one, but that is okay. And definitely, we're back in a minute, guys. I have to say, yes, I had my excuse me. I had to catch my breath. Excuse me. I had to clear my throat. Yeah, I had my stressful moments for being shot in too much. But I'm okay though. Definitely, if you guys were wondering, I'm okay. There's a lot of warriors out there. But yeah, I've had my stressful days during all these lockdowns, and being shut in all the time and everything else like that, or having to stay home and that kind of stuff like that. But that's okay. My wife does all the shopping. I don't go out unless it's totally essential. Hello, Mr. Garlic. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Garlic don't mix. Garlic bologna don't mix. You don't really taste the garlic, but it's different. But I'm okay, guys. Definitely. My lungs were just closing up a bit, but that's okay. It does that from time to time. I just have to take usually a bit of a breather and that kind of stuff like that too as well. So yes, so Felicia, Liliani, and Felicia Liliani, Pringles Pete, the King of Nightmares. He's going to be out here for Haunted Hunter's Cabin. That's going to go all the way right into New Year's Day. So yes, I am going to try to stay up to watch CNN live on New Year's Eve. Definitely for the ball drop and that kind of stuff like that. So I'll try my best not to pass out on that one. Oh, there we go. Now I got my hair, back my natural color, my childhood natural color, which is a brown color, ginger brown color. Between ginger brown and black is my natural two hair genetical colors. Sorry. I tried one time dyeing my hair green. People didn't like it. They bitched too much. Definitely, it became too much of a problem. They got too very phobinistic over it, and it caused a lot of crap to the point I was being kicked out of everywhere because my hair was dyed green. There was a lot of heavy discrimination, and so I kind of gotten away from dyeing my hair different colors. Or normally, yes, I would dye my hair different colors, definitely, because I was to get away from the Felicia wig. I would have dyed my hair pink, yes, definitely. But there's too many phobinistic people in this town where I live that have to bitch and complain about everything, totally, and they create a problem, and because your hair is not a natural color, that kind of stuff like that. If it's too clownish looking, they kick you out of everywhere because your hair is of a different color. They don't like it. They get very racist over it and homophobicism over it. They don't like it. This is discrimination crap I've faced, totally. So this is why I don't dye my hair much anymore. Definitely. Not that I'm afraid to. It is the fact I don't, because I went through so much discrimination and hate and persecution itself from people and bullying from people because my hair was dyed different colors, and people got too jealous, homophobic, too transphobic over it. Definitely, it was getting so bad, definitely, to the point that I was even being kicked out of, not welcome anywhere, definitely, because my hair was dyed different colors. They were literally spreading hate, gossip, rumors, everything, you name it. Definitely. So I got away from dyeing my hair different colors. So I just dyed it back my natural hair color, which is a ginger brown. And I'm letting it grow out. I'm not cutting it. I used to shave it. Again, when I shaved it, brush cut shaved it, again, it created another problem with people, because people got too phobic as them over it. They hated it. They had to mock it. They had to make fun of it. Definitely. So no, like I said, I got away from that hair shaving shit, and dyeing it different colors, definitely. So I just dyed it back my natural, not between my two natural hair colors. Sometimes it's either my natural genetical brown color, that I grew up with, or it is my family genetic black color. Definitely. Those are the only two colors now that I stick to. So they are like quite a normal color, and it doesn't create a bit of a hassle and that kind of stuff like that, or create a problem amongst other people. Definitely. Um, it's one of those things that you face when you live in a small town. This is why I don't like living in a small town. I'm more of a city person. Like I've shared before, I grew up in a city. I was raised in a city. City life is more my life than this bullshit farming country life. Definitely. Harassment type lifestyle or gossiping type lifestyle. This is not me. Okay, this type of community is not me. I've said it too many times before. Um, Definitely. But see, because we're in COVID times, and also too, my wife wants to be close to her mom and that kind of stuff. And I understand that, and I have to respect that. Definitely. Um, that kind of stuff like that. So I'm kind of in a predicament that basically, yes, I never ever get to stay what I'm used to that I'm used to being, or my lifestyle being the way I used to. I have to always change my lifestyle to suit everybody else's lifestyle, and at times, yes, it pisses me off. Um, Totally, I can honestly say that. Um, it's like it's always like, yes, it's got to be respectful to what other people like, never about what I want half the time, or what I'm used to or what I like. It don't Apparently that shit don't matter to other people. Definitely. um I can honestly put it that way. um it's basically always, bowing down and giving other people what they want all the time, basically. They don't like this about me, they don't like that about me. Even when I do dye my hair different colors, oh no, they bitch, they complain, they gossip. They literally get you kicked out of everywhere, totally out of everywhere. um I was kicked out of, friggin' denied services just because I had green hair. um going into to any family services, if I was ever in times where, you're between months and you get stuck like everybody else does, and you need help with certain services or whatever. No, they were denying me that. Why? Because I had green fucking hair. um and they didn't like it. I know there's a couple times the Salvation Army has told me that if I was going to dye my hair different colors, I was to stay out of their building. um Definitely, or out of anything, or their business that of operation. Um, for doing even my essential shopping or whatever. If I was going to have green hair, purple hair, pink hair, rainbow color hair, that kind of stuff like that, um, it's not allowed in between their doors. Definitely, it is offensive to their church congregation or to their outfit. um, because they're not, like I said, because the places like Salvation Army does not support LGBTQ people. Um, they've told me that several times since I moved here. Definitely coming back from, because even before I met my wife, yes, I was in, when I was 18, 19, um, I was in an LGBTQ relationship before. Definitely. Um, just because a friend of mine thought he'd be smart and make fun of me and trick me and hook me up with I ended up with an ex girlfriend. Um, and then coming out, then my dad brought me out this way. Um, then I met my wife out here. So that's how there was a bit of a changeover. Definitely. Um, that kind of stuff of that. So, yeah. So, um, at that end of it, in that kind of dating, what you call business, definitely. Um, but yeah, the guy actually took me for $10. Damn bastard. Sold his girlfriend to me for $10 because he told me I was going to meet a guy. No, at the bar. No, didn't I get shocked? And tricked, and lost $10 over the deal. That's why I said, you guys definitely watch anybody who's Dutch. They literally will fool you. Um, Especially when they're the type they want to make a quick buck. Definitely. Trust a fucking Dutchman, I'll tell you. That's the last time I ever make friends with anybody who's Dutch. I am sorry. Um, they are too friggin' tricky. Um, any other nationality, I don't care. But no, I don't want no more Dutch friends. Okay, because they're mean, they're terrible, they're tricky. They lie to you, never fails. Um, they're just as bad as the people from Newfoundland. Definitely. If it's not the Newfies, it's the Dutch people. Um, but yeah, I just putting that in a bit of a sense of humor, like I tell you. But even got guys bit of sense of humor. But on that one, but yeah, no, I kind of miss the big city lives because I'm a type of person. I'm more of a city person than I am this little bullshit village people bullshit. Um, myself because definitely because they little towns and villages can be more rude to you than I know we have our rude. I know I grew up in a big city. We have our rude people too and arrogant people. Like you get that anywhere. I understand that part of it, but they're not as bad as they are in a small town when everybody knows everybody or they're all fucking related to everybody. Um, you know, they're way worse, especially, they're quick to actually spread rumors and gossip about you when your back is turned. They don't even have to know you, and they don't like the look of you. Oh, they point fingers, they gossip, they compare you to other people. Definitely, just because they may look like you. There's a lot of people in this world that look like me. There's but doesn't make me me. Um, you know, or there's people out there that try to pretend to be me. This is what I said. Um, you get that in these small towns, definitely, and that's what triggers my that's what triggers off my trigger, and I get so pissed off because there's no respect, nothing like that. Um, you get a lot more arrogant, rude people. They gossip, everything else like that. They spread rumors. That's what I don't like about these small towns. And you can't go anywhere because if you want to do your essential shopping, sometimes you have to go to another. You got to go into the city, definitely to do your shopping because the prices here are too fucking high. Um, definitely to buy in, it's too expensive. So it's cheaper to go to the next city over. Um, so you can save a little bit of money. Definitely. Um, especially when you're like in an area that kind of shuts down for the winter. Um, so yes, this small town lockdown, we're used to it. Definitely because it's one of those little tiny beach town resorts because we're close to Sable Beach. It's a tourist industry, so it's only open from spring to summer, anyways. Even before the pandemic even hit, the town locks itself down because the business owners don't live in town here. They all live in the big cities. They only come out here for the summer because they have their trailers and cottages out here. And they only open up their little stores here. We don't have big enough stores. They only open up their businesses and stores here for the summer to make money off the tourists. When they start coming around and that kind of stuff like that, or the cottagers or the people that go to Sable Beach and that kind of stuff like that. And again, Sable Beach is the same way. Everything just shuts down in the winter. The streets all roll up. Definitely. Um, the place is dead in the wintertime. Totally, all the time. It's normal. So lockdown for us is normal. Ain't nothing new. Um, definitely because our winters are all every year, never fails. Every year when winter hits, definitely winter months hits. Yeah, nothing's open. Nothing is open. Everything closes down. Can't go anywhere. You have to cab it or whatever. No city transit. You can't get around. Definitely, you can't. You can't go anywhere. Definitely. Unless you have a driver's license or you drive, you can't go nowhere. Or you gotta book through people to drive all over the place and that kind of stuff like that. Well, if you live in a big city, you got everything right there around you. You have city transit. You have, if you're in a city like Toronto or whatever. Now Peterborough, where I grew up, doesn't have a underground TCT metro system. Um, but if you get into places like Ottawa and Toronto, you have all those underground metro trains, transit systems. Definitely, you got streetcars, you got city buses. Definitely, you got cabs. You got it all right there. Like you're living in fucking heaven, um, on earth. If you want to put it that way, or even if you go the direction like where my cousin went down in Montreal, Quebec, which is a different province. But yes, it's a city. They have city transit. They have cabs. They have trans cabs systems. They got an underground TC metro system. They got streetcars. You know, you've got easy access transportation when you need it 24 hours a day. Um, you can go across the city and back home. Uh, that kind of stuff like that. With a small town here, you can't. You're stuck in one little town. If you want to go to the movie theaters, let's say, or whatever, you gotta call. You gotta call for a cab. And if the cab is held up in another town or city, you gotta wait 2 hours before he's able to come out and get you, take you out there, and then bring you back. So you got to take one cab from town here, into Owen Sound, and then if you want to come back out of Owen Sound, then you got to call an Owen Sound cab back out to here. Definitely. Now we tried kind of. There was a guy here. He did start up. He bought some old city buses from Hamilton. Um, he brought them out here, and he was running a bus license service, but nobody was using it. Um, and he was transporting people from here to there. But when he got into Owen Sound, he had problems with the Owen Sound city of Owen Sound. They thought that they were cutting into their city transit business. Definitely. And our bosses all said South Bruce Peninsula on it. But still, it's Owen Sound still put up, city of Owen Sound still put up a bitch and a gripe about it. Definitely. So he was made to shut down his bus services to transport people from here to Owen Sound. So people that live here, that got jobs in Owen Sound, had to go from here to there that didn't drive, and that kind of stuff like that too. So that service didn't last long. Totally. Um, that kind of stuff like that. And for this small town, for the job industry, it's fucking garbage. Totally. I can honestly tell you, it's trash. Because there's agencies here like Community Living, they control everything. If you don't belong to Community Living, you will lose your job, because their clients take jobs away from people every day, due to contracts that they pay the employer to hire their clients, and they don't have to go through an interview. They don't have to fill out a resume, that kind of stuff. They get everything. They get the job totally handed to them for a couple of days a week. And if other people try to go get a job there or whatever, they stop you. They literally stop you. Or if you've been there before, they get in there. And they'll have you removed from it. They get so rude and arrogant because they think they own the whole fucking entire town, or speak for the whole entire town. It is a big racial. It is a very, what you call, again, a very colonization racist issue. Definitely with this town. And I can honestly point it out that way, and I can honestly label it that way. And I'm not saying that to put down anybody's agency or anything else like that. But this is what I've been seeing since I moved here. Definitely. And that kind of stuff, and that's why the population here, people don't stay here, is because they want to be in the bigger cities, where they're free to do what they want, more or less. Where they don't have to be forced to go through a specific agency. that's there to dictate and take stuff away from people. Um, Indefinitely, so that they can do things on their own, or have the freedom to do things on their own, and have the essential needs around them. Definitely. Here you just don't have it. It is more of a controlling, like what you call controlling, isolated community. And this is the type of community that stresses people right out. Definitely. Um, but yeah, this is what I said. But before my wife and I got this place, we wanted to try for a place in Owen Sound, but she didn't want to be in Owen Sound. She wanted to be in this little town, and I hate this fucking little town with a passion. Always did. Um, because it's just not me. I'm sorry, it's just not me. Um, I'm too much of a city person. I like it where there's city buses that you can get on or whatever, 24 hours a day. Um, Definitely go to where you need to go to. If you're going to like, if you're fortunate enough, somebody that has able to get a job, whatever. Again, I just had a job like one day a week, and I got laid off through a program. But in the big cities, yeah, you would, even on that same job program that you would go on, you would get more than just one day a week. Here, that's all you get. You It's a fucking insult. Totally. It's a total fucking insult. I'm not saying I don't like that one day a week job. I'm just saying it is too much of an insult. And they cannot offer more hours. Definitely. But yet there's people that get favoritized, but yet they're in places where, in the same type of program, but they're in places where they get more than just one day a week. They get like up to 5 or 6 or sometimes the whole 7 days, frigging days a week. Definitely. That kind of stuff. This is why I said, this is why I don't like small towns, is because, like I said, there's nothing here. There's totally nothing here. But the people, I can understand the people that were raised and grew up here, they're so fucking addicted to these little ripoff or little Chinese towns, that I call it. They don't like change. They don't like change. They don't like young people here. That's why I said a lot of people here. There's not many young people here. It's all old people. Like I said, they're all people that are retired here. People come here just to retire, more or less. It's more of a retirement community. It is more of, if elderly people are sick, this is where they come to die. That's what type of town it is. It's not a type of town that will suit the needs of a young person or young families, definitely. Like a big city would, like where it's more busier, that kind of stuff like that. And if needed, if they don't drive, yes, there's city transit accessibility. They can buy a bus pass, that kind of stuff like that. They can get around the city. They can go to and from work with no problem on city bus or city transit. That runs on a 24-hour schedule. This is a type of lifestyle that I grew up in, that I'm used to. I don't like these. So I just personally myself, I don't like these small little fucking towns. Myself, because it's not a life for a young person like myself. Yes, I'm 40 now, but definitely it is not a type of town for young people. Young people, if they're young people, they need to be, if they're looking at, getting good, wanting to get, a place where kind of type of community that's going to help them get into good careers or got better opportunities. Yes, your better bet is to live in the big cities. Avoid these little shit towns, because they're not going to help you. They're not going to help you. They're going to take more away. They're going to take more opportunities. These little towns will take more every chance they get. They will take more opportunities away from you than what a city would offers. Definitely. This is why everybody goes towards the big cities, is because there's more opportunities. There's there's more training. There's more training opportunities. There's more things to do. I know right now we're in times where we have a pandemic where things are not operating. So this is the only time the big cities don't have any opportunities. But normally when they're up and running, yes, they got more opportunities to offer than what these small towns have that will ever offer. That can't offer, definitely. That kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I'm just putting that in a positive, polite way. I'm not saying that it's not a nice little town. I'm just saying it just doesn't suit me. Never did. That's what I kept trying to tell my wife. These little towns don't suit me at all. That they don't fit me. Her and her family thinks it fits me. No, it does not fit me. It's not my lifestyle. Never was. But I'm only here because I respect the fact that she wants to be close to her mom, and I respect that. That's why I didn't do what I was going to do before I met her. Because before I met her, when I met her here, because my dad had brought me here, because he had stopped me from moving down to Montreal, because that's where originally I was headed. But he got in the way, and got so jealous. He got in the way. And the lady and her husband was making those arrangements for me to go the other way. My dad showed up at the door and brought me out this other way. So those other arrangements didn't happen. Definitely. I'm not saying that's mean. And then when I came out here, then I met my wife here, and then we ended up going back to Peterborough, tried other cities. She didn't like it in Peterborough. This way before my mom passed away. They weren't getting along or whatever. So then finally, what was it, 2010 comes along. She wanted to move back out this way. And I respected that, so I came out this way. So when do I ever get to move down to where the fuck I want to move to? I can't. Now we're in a fucking worldwide pandemic where we can't go anywhere. We can't travel. I can't even go down for a weekend to go visit my cousin because we can't fucking travel. But it's okay for our federal government leaders to travel all they fucking like. Definitely. But they put the laws on us, but they can break them. This is why I said it doesn't make sense. But I'm not going to get into that part because it gets into politics. Definitely. I just sit back. I just get a laugh. I know I shouldn't get a laugh out of that, but I am, in a way, yes, I'm getting a laugh out of that. Totally. But yes, I was ready to start a whole new life down where my cousin is. Definitely. Because I know that a lot of stuff that I have here that I'm on would not be transferable. Definitely. I would have to start a whole brand new lifestyle over again. Anyways, that kind of stuff like that. But I don't know. No, my dreams are going that way. Went down the fucking toilet a long time ago. Definitely, because people did nothing but stop me in a lot of sense. My wife didn't. My dad basically did. Definitely. And he hasn't. And the funny thing is, he hasn't even been in the picture in my life since I was 3 years of age. Definitely. So like he fucking hacks. He's a type he'll fucking hack into everybody's lifestyle. He's a total hacker. He will hack into everybody's lifestyle. Just to cause chaos, because he was trying to cause chaos for my mom or cause shit for my mom and to hurt my mom. That's all for clout, if you want to put it that way, for hate and clout. That's all he did it for. Then I come back after I get married, come back out this way. Yeah, same deal. Shuts me out of his life. I would have expected it because he did that my whole entire childhood. Definitely. Totally shut me right out of his life. He walked out of my life at 3 years of age. He got away with not paying he actually did get away from not paying child support or tax child support credits to the government for me when I was a kid. Now I can't do nothing about it because I'm over 18. the laws say that I cannot go back and claim what's mine because I'm too old. Um, Indefinitely. But they said if I had been somebody that was institutionalized in a psychiatrical hospital, or if I was in a group home, and I was a total vegetable, the way they put it, or if I was physically unable or not verbally able to speak, or physically disabled in a wheelchair, or something like that, then yes, I would have been able to get all that money back out of them. They would have been able to deal with him. Um, in those certain only in those circumstances, if you were over 18, that they they are what they call special cases. Um, and definitely they would fight to get you back what is owed to you. Um, and definitely, but because I'm not that I have a disability, yes, but because I'm not that far disabled, um, this is why they won't go after him after the age of 18. They've already clarified that with me, definitely. So basically, yes, I basically let him live the rest of his retirement life. He didn't have me in his life before. He don't have me in his life now. He brought it on himself, but again, he doesn't. He chooses not to be a father, definitely. So, you know, again, I expected that anyways because he was like that since I was 3. Anyways, and he lied about my existence because to him, I don't exist. Never did. In his mind, anyways, that's what he told my psychiatrist when I was 10. I wasn't his son. He lied. But if they were to take DNA testing from him and me and match it, they'd catch him in perjury. They catch him in a lie. Definitely. For committing perjury. Definitely. But yes, because he's at that age now, just let him live his retired life. Miserable, retired Scrooge. Let him live his Scrooge. Let him live his Scrooge life he likes. Messed up life that he brought on himself. Miserable life. And when he goes, he's taking all that guilt to the grave with him. Like it or not. Karma's gonna drag him down the fucking hole. Um, Definitely. Um, so he is gonna rot with all that hate and guilt. Definitely. Um, I hate to say that. I'm not saying that to be mean, but he's gonna answer to the big guy one day um, on all this. Definitely. Uh, on his judgment seat day. Definitely. It's coming. It's coming. I'll tell you. It is coming. And it's gonna kick him in the ass. I'll tell you. Even harder because he used to be a minister. He used to preach all this shit from his church. Definitely. So he's gonna get it harder with the big guy, the holy fucker in the sky. Sorry to put it that way. He ain't gonna mess around. I'll tell you. Hate to say that about the big guy up there, but again, putting in a bit of sense of humor. So yes, my dad's days, his judgment days are coming. Definitely for what he did to me and my mom, especially. He is going to be definitely yes. There's going to come a time he's going to be judged for all this shit spiritually, maybe not physically, but he will be spiritually. On the day he takes his last breath and he kills over, and he enters those gates, he's going to enter the judgment throne of the King himself, and he is probably going to be denied access to heaven and will be sent to hell for eternity for what he did to even to my mom and I. Definitely, he'll be judged on all that. And all these women he ran around with, called committing adultery. Hello. So, like I said, guys, yeah, I could personally sit there and judge myself on it, but like I said, I have the respect not to because that's not my department. That's somebody else's. Up, that's living up above the ivory tower to make that judgment. And the funny thing is, my mom got there before him. So do you think when he gets up there? No, he won't be getting in because she's already there. He won't be denied. Declined. Bye, Felicia. Hi ho, off the hell he goes. To be Satan's bitch, I'll tell you. So I hope he likes Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. I'll tell you, suits him right up his alley. So they have to be this critical or sarcasmal, but yes, even when I was growing up as a kid, and the times I was when I was growing up as a kid, and I went to church, yes, I paid attention. I studied this shit tooth and comb, definitely. I know how it really interprets that they don't really let on from the pulpit. It does, definitely. And there's a thing that my wife doesn't like. It don't read between the lines. Well, lady, Godiva, if you read between the lines, that's how you educate yourself. That's how you keep yourself alert. Sometimes you have to read between the lines. That's how you alert and understand what's going on around you. That's going on around you if you read between the lines. Because if you don't read between the lines, then you'll never have an understanding what's going on around you. Definitely. And then one day it comes up and slaps you in the face, and you wish you had read between the lines. Because the spiritual world, I'll tell you, is very complicated to understand. And there's not too many of us out there that understand it. Definitely. That's ever taken what you call or even at some point in their life studied any paranormal supernatural activity. And it's and how powerful it really is. See, I watch what she don't watch. I watch true live documentaries on world histories, on the paranormal, on the supernatural, on the FBI haunting series, or a haunting, real true paranormal ghost stories, stuff that really took place over time, history on every world war that took place, from our Canadian history to our American history. I've actually watched documentaries on movies after the movie was over, talking on how the movies are based on reality that happened in the past, or what's happening now, or what could happen in the future. I watch that stuff. On top of watching the movie, I do sit back and I watch the interviews with the actors. I watch the documentaries, and what they have to, and listen to what they have to say on how they get the historical information based on their historical information, and that kind of stuff. I watch those documentaries. I sit back. I pay attention. I educate myself. Even if other people, even when I went growing up as a kid, going through school, and they refused to educate me, definitely like that. Even now, since the internet generation come out, I sit back, and that's all I do is I watch these. When I'm done watching a movie, I watch these documentaries, these alien documentaries, based on true history. Everything that goes back to Area 51. Now they're actually comparing now in 2021. They're comparing the coronavirus COVID-19. Okay, now what a lot of people don't understand is coronavirus is a real virus, deathly virus. That somehow started. I guess China got the blame for it or whatever. We're not going to go there because somebody little kid out there ate a bat or whatever. Made the whole world sick and locked us all the fuck down. Anyways, we're not going to go to that part of it. But a lot of people don't know the difference between coronavirus and COVID-19. Coronavirus is a deathly virus. They've determined that in every documentary. COVID-19 is Area 51. Is an operation code emergency order hospital wing, like Area 51 was, with the invasion of extraterrestrial life form or whatever, and spirit, demonical spiritual behavior, everything we're seeing today, where you're seeing in the media, where you see police officers beating up on people or that kind of stuff like that, or hatred outbursts of a Nazi Potomac law coming into order, or what you call communist martial law coming out, that kind of stuff like that, or extraterrestrial beings from other planets all of a sudden appearing in your communities, or ghost apparition sightings, or some type of alien invasion activities, spiritual activities that shouldn't be happening, that's coming out of the skies, or people seeing real images of ghostly figments in the skies, or a zombie apocalypse, signs of a zombie apocalypse starting, or the dead rising. That is what they call COVID-19. Operation COVID-19. So it is technically, and again, it is going back to what Area 51 was like in Arizona, when our Canadian troops and American troops stormed Area 51, because there was alien activity. There was extraterrestrial being activity, where there was alien sightings, alien abductions. There was illegal alien activity, people trying to get into smuggling their way into the country, that kind of stuff like that, from other countries, that kind of stuff like that, or the Middle Eastern countries, or war activity going on, where the militaries had to be dispatched, or a threat maybe of an upcoming war. Even that's what COVID-19 is. It is separate from the coronavirus. It is an actual operation code, definitely. And if you actually NASA will tell you, is if you spell COVID backwards, it is a Klingon extraterrestrial language in vocabulary and in extraterrestrial vowels. So again, it is technically a connection code. So technically, it is again Operation Area 51, definitely. To do with the DC, the whatever you call the DC, the CDC, if you want to call it that, to deal with alien sightings, that kind of stuff like that. So if they're telling you to stay home, they're telling you to stay home for a reason, for our own safety, because you don't know what's going on out there in the dark. And maybe they're sensing and seeing something, or some type of extraterrestrial activity, or came in contact with radio airwaves, or the military might have, in the area or whatever like that, or in these specific areas, indefinitely. So one thing on top of another, like everything on top of the virus is piling up on top of each other. Or there's been sightings that have been reported, and has been provenly reported, and has been caught, evidence were caught on tape that was shown before the government, world governments, that they're not telling you about. So they're telling, and they know about it, but they're telling people stay home, stay safe, more or less. So keeping you out of the way of being in harm's way, definitely. Of basically, if they're going to detain these things, definitely. Because if you look at the paranormal and the supernatural, itself, it really does exist. A lot of people don't really understand. Does yeah, it's understandable. There's a lot of people out there that don't believe that the paranormal doesn't exist. But yes, there is truth, evolutional truth, science truth, that yes, that the spiritual world or the paranormal world does exist. That we are not, but basically that the fact we're not the only life in this universe. That basically God created life on other life forms on other planets that we never knew about. Definitely. Um, and that's what a lot of people do not have the understanding of what may be going on. So yes, it is like going back to what you call back to like Area 51, more or less. Operation Area 51 files, the X files, all that shit's real. It's true. It really, it's based on real, true paranormal sightings and alien activity, extraterrestrial activity, or invasions or abductions. And definitely are coming into what you call a robotical society, or what they declare as being a new world order. There's a lot of things that are going on because technology is so high and manipulated and controlled. Definitely. And when there's scientists involved and that kind of stuff like that, yes, there's a lot of people that have what you call a little less belief, but that's okay. People ought to believe in what they want to believe in, but may not understand what's going on. And then and we're in times where they're starting to see things for themselves, and they still can't figure out why it's happening. So to them, they may think, oh, it's something that the government's rigging up, but really it's not. They're trying to trying to correct it to keep everybody safe. But when there's people, when you have on people that don't believe that kind of thing, which is understandable, but when they get in the way and they don't listen to the guidelines or the orders that are given, even by our authorities or even by our militaries, it causes these things to invade more or spread more or spiritually or get worse. And stronger. So it's feeding them stronger demonic energy is what it's doing. And that kind of stuff like that. And they're not all going to sit there. They're not all going to sit there. They don't have time to sit there and explain to you all this because they're trying to correct it. And when they did like stuff like, they give you the options to tell you, when they start discovering vaccinations for stuff, it is so that if we get attacked by any alien activity or invasion, we don't get infected by future viruses. So we're ready. Like we weren't ready for this. Like our world was not ready for this. Times were coming. They predicted these times were coming, but we weren't ready for it. Neither was Canada or the United States. But now they figured out a way to get medical vaccinations to help us. Definitely. So in the future, if we ever face these invasion crises again, I hope we never do. But if we do, I'm not saying we won't, we're ready for it. Definitely. We're ready to handle it better than they did than these times. Definitely. That means our medical first responders and that kind of be ready for anything that may happen in the near future. Definitely. This is where these times have been a kick in the ass for us all. Definitely. Or shocking times that we weren't expecting to see. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that's the so scary part of it. But yeah, now we're getting wiser, we're getting smarter. Definitely. In its technology. So that way we're better prepared for if it ever, I hope it never does, but if it ever does happen again, we're ready for it. Definitely. We're ready to act on it and deal with it. That's what they're trying to tell you, but they're trying to tell you in a way without telling you, more or less, because they really don't want you to know the truth. So they really have to hide the truth because they don't want to be seen as being cuckoo in the head, or um, going nuts or crazy, definitely, and the kind of stuff like that. So. What do you think? What do you think all the Christian religious people have been trying to warn you about for years, and you didn't listen? But that for somehow they sensed. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Something spiritually in them told them, and they were spiritually sensing these times were coming, or even in the near future. They were pre-warning you on how bad times were going to get. And their strong belief in the return of Christ coming back, definitely. But for years, people, I know growing up in the 80s and 90s, even probably before I was born, when they kept pre-warning everybody, nobody would listen. They didn't, but again, they were smart because they did not predict any times or dates or hours, definitely, and they still don't, because they can't. But there was one minister in the 1990s that did slip. There was a charismatic minister. He got arrested because he slipped. He predicted a time and date and hour, and they arrested him for it. Definitely. And that, no matter, like I said, no matter if you know that time, date, or hour, you can't reveal that at all. Let that time and hour happen when it's ready to happen on its own. Definitely. For people to believe, they will not believe you till they see it for themselves physically. And then once they start seeing stuff happen, spiritual stuff happen, that's when they will start believing you. But before then, even if you know the time and hour or date and you're sharing this kind of stuff, kind of sharing, or that kind of stuff because that's what you sense, or if you're psychic or you believe or feel, spiritually which way we're going. Don't dictate the time and hour or date. If you are revealed that, if something spiritually revealed that to you, don't reveal that. So that way you don't get yourself into any trouble. So that way you're not predicting any time, date, or hour. Definitely. Basically, you're still doing your part by helping, giving the understanding warnings of your premonition, if you've had a premonition or vision, but just leave the time and date, hour out of it. Definitely. So you don't get into any legal trouble. Other than that, it is not really considered a prediction without a time, date, and hour. That's how a full prophecy is actually fulfilled spiritually. That is the weird thing about it, all of it all. Definitely. Because too many religious fanatics will slip. Definitely. And they'll goof up. That's why I said, even if you look at plays, like I'll tell you, and I know this, and I've sat on, like I said, when I was a kid, like I said, I hate the minute. My dad was a minister. I can grant that, but he was a fucked up one, in the head. Ain't they all? But far as that goes, but yes, there is churches. Yes, or denominations will preach from the book of Revelations. Now, there's some churches that will not teach or not even preach from certain books of the Bible. They refuse to, for a reason, because they're not allowed to, because of the prediction time, hours, and dates are in those quotes and scriptures. and they don't want it coming out to their congregation or public coming out, because once they read from that specific book of passage of the Bible, or even the Torah, even going back to the Jewish Torah, or whatever version of the Bible, or Egyptian stone, even original Egyptian stone, those time and dates, hours come out of Necrodamus, Demas, or whatever his fucking name was. Even in this decade, is considered a illegal prediction, because the time and hour of Christ's return will come out in those passageways, in those scriptures, and click, the minister is arrested and thrown in jail and persecuted, up on criminal charges of terrorism. So this is why I say, guys, that this is why churches play it smart, and they do not have to teach anything of the book of Revelations. That's why they're not allowed to, because if they do teach it, if they're a church that does teach it, they are allowed to a point that they are not to teach on the time and hour and dates of anything, that kind of stuff like that. They have to keep that out. And if they get so fanatical to the point that, well, we got to teach the whole book, and they start teaching you times, dates, and prediction hours, their churches falls under communist martial law. Means they lose their church, they can go to jail for what they're teaching. Definitely. This is why they have to be careful. That's why the Salvation Army is so careful when they're teaching that. Even if they feel they have to teach it, they will teach it in a way to their congregation without predicting any time, dates, or hours. Definitely. So that way it's actually protecting their curriculum, definitely, from getting into anything very, 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 very heavy and illegal. Definitely. Only people that know those times, those actual times, dates, and hours, there would be the Freemasons and the Illuminatis. They're the only ones that know that, and they don't even share that publicly. Definitely. They don't even share anything of their teachings publicly, where they're smart that way. They keep themselves well secretly hidden, definitely, and they have for decades. But they know the real truth. They know the real truth on when things are going to happen, and they are so secretive of it, and they're smart that way. They keep it amongst their own people. They keep it amongst their own lodge brothers and sisters. They do not allow it to be divulged outside of their lodge hall. They're smart that way. And they're the ones that have strictly laid out the laws to these churches on what they're allowed to teach and preach on, and what they're not allowed to preach and teach on. Because everything that the churches are teaching you is based on Freemason, Illuminati, Orange Masonic, or any type of Illuminati order, right up to the all-seeing eye under God, as all-seeing eye of God, the Egyptian pyramids, a seeing eye of God, right up to the Illuminati, that the churches operate on, that you don't know about, that you're not meant to know about. That's what empowers our churches, is the Freemasons. So when they collect money from you in the churches, all that money really goes back into the Freemasons. It doesn't go to the church. It's the Freemasons that are the ones taking your money, because they're the ones that actually give the churches money to operate their establishment, to operate all their programs, everything. So they're the main mother. The Freemasons are the mother church of all churches around the world, and also controls the government, definitely, and has for decades and years. Even before our time, it goes way back, probably back to the early times. It goes way back to the ancient times, or the dark times, to when the Knights Templars or the Freemasons all started. Definitely. or even goes that far back, and also up into the times when we were introduced to King Billy, Prince of Orange, and the fact he was a Freemason, he was a Masonic. People didn't know about. That's why I said it has a history, and all these churches all link back to it. So technically, the Freemasons were the ones that was the very first church that birthed all these churches. Definitely, you didn't know about. They're a very powerful, rich order of ordinance of organization that feeds these churches their money and everything else like that, and they exchange back and forth that you don't see. That's how they operate. They have for years. That means everything around you is technically that's how the world operates. So technically, before you get to go before God Himself, when you're a church-going person, what you don't really realize what you're doing is when you're going to church and everything else like that, and you're being taught all Christian literature and that kind of stuff like that, is before you're introduced, when you accept a being saved or salvation, when they give the salvation message and that kind of stuff like that, is before you're giving your life to God. You're giving your life before the Freemasons, before you're giving your life before your life goes before God. So the Freemasons are technically your God. You're actually submitting to, and your power and energy is being spiritually diverse through the Freemasons somehow to the all-seeing eye of Egyptian pyramid of God, and then to Christ Himself, to the King of Holy and Holies up above. A lot of people don't understand that's how it works. That's how the spiritual energy of all that works. A lot of people never understood that. That's what I said. See, a lot of people don't even study that. Oh, understand that. So technically, before you actually ever get to God Himself, you're actually submitting authority before a secret society, even in church, even if you don't belong to that secret society. You're still honoring and respecting that secret society, and that secret society is taking your soul through being saved in church to God. That in their congregation, there is, and amongst them spiritually, there is a spiritual Masonic guidance that spiritually takes you before the gates, before they open up the gates of salvation to the all-seeing eye of the Egyptian pyramids, of the all-seeing eye of God. And then it goes there to God Himself. So they are so powerful. Yes, there is some type of spiritual connection between human, and yes, Freemasons are humans, but they have spiritual power that are taking your soul energy, your spiritual energy, or your spiritual convictions before the all-seeing eye of God, and then to God Himself. That's how all churches work, and they don't always tell you about that. They keep that part hidden. I never understood it. I was a little kid. My grandfather was explaining all this to me because he was the head of the Freemasons, and he said that's where the churches gets its power from. So the churches cannot go before God without being spiritual guided by a Freemason. Definitely. It is a spiritual, it is a very holy spiritual movement. Yes, that is true. Definitely. Because if you've not noticed, your minister that's ahead of your church will always be a Freemason that you don't know about. They will deny they are to keep themselves covered, But yes, that particular minister that you submit authority to in that church is your Masonic spiritual guide. That means they will be Freemason that you don't know about, or be in with the Freemasons, either the women's order or the men's order. Definitely. And they'll be the highest order of the Illuminati. Definitely. That's how all this holy spiritual shit works. A lot of people don't understand that. I could never understand that either when I was a kid, and I studied it. And then when I got in, like I said, when I went through the orange, that's where I started seeing it for myself. I started seeing where the real power came from. Definitely. And understanding my grandfather when he was head of the Freemasons, and all these ministers, and the same minister that was ahead of our church was ahead of the order. Definitely. And right above him of the seat would be the big archway, lit up archway of the Egyptian pyramids of the all-seeing eye of God. Right there behind him in the worshipful master's chair, right above his chair. And when the meeting, when it's to order, it's lit right up. It lights right up. And that's what I said. That's all I can tell you about it, guys. I cannot go into any other detail of what they, other than that, I cannot go into any detail what they're meeting, what they do when you become a member, or that kind of stuff like that, or if you do go into it or whatever. I'm not allowed to tell you that part of it, but I'm just going to just tell you that I can only allowed to educate you on the spiritual end of it, on where your spiritual journey actually starts. Definitely. And it doesn't matter if you're Protestant, Catholic, Muslim, whatever. You all relate back to what they call the Illuminati. That has the final say over everything. That controls the whole entire economy. That controls all our governments. Controls the world. It controls your jobs. Everything. Your clothing, even. Your food industry. Everything. It is a very manipulative, strong movement that you don't know, or a paranormal, supernatural movement that you're not ready to understand. That one day you might understand how it really works. I don't know if I'm scaring anybody yet on this one, definitely. But yes, for the spiritual teaching, guys, I am allowed to teach you on that, definitely. I just can't tell you what they do in their meetings. I can't tell you that. No, I'm not allowed to, because like I said, I used to be an Orangeman, and I got to keep that part of it quiet. But I can tell you on how spiritually, how the churches really operate that you don't even know about. See, a lot of people just go to church. That's fine, and don't understand it, which is fine too. But there is hidden spiritual things that actually does control the church that you don't know about, spirit at a very holy spiritual level, and where they get the holy spiritual power from. And definitely that lily brings out the power of Christ himself. Definitely. So they have a lot of, because the fact they have Sunday school kids, they have to really cover up. So yes, they lie, right? They make it into a fairy tale because you're not going to tell them the truth. And even when it comes to the adults, yes, they're not going to tell the congregation the truth either. They skip around the real truth of it all. I'll tell you, they have been for years. But your church minister, you be surprised what they're involved in. You wouldn't know it after hours. Right? You only see them for not even an hour service at church. But do you really stop to wonder what else they may actually be involved in that you don't know about? Definitely. What the real lifestyle really consists of? Definitely. When they're not in church, those are things you don't know. Those are things that you don't know. of what spiritually they're a part of when they're not in church. Definitely. Those are things you don't know about. And why they're so rich and powerful. Now, not all members are rich, of it are rich and powerful, but you look at what surprised. What surprises? And I'm going back into history. I'm not. I mean, I'm not. I don't want anybody starting any politics on this one, but even when my grandfather was ahead of the Freemasons, and definitely during and after World War II, before he died, even during World War II, before he came to Canada. He was in the German army. He was a German Nazi. That formed up an alliance, what you call a secret society alliance called the KKK, which is the Ku Klux Klan. That was a very white racist supremacy order. Definitely, that was part of the Freemasons for years. Definitely, and the Nazis were behind that during World War II or whatever, going back into those days. And they did a lot of hateful and racial things towards Jewish people, Catholics, and Dutch people, that kind of stuff like that. They were very cool and very powerful, cruel and powerful. That's all I can say. And I'm proud of what he did or whatever, but I don't choose my relatives. But I never went that deep into anything like that. Totally. I've been asked to, but no, I won't. Because that's not me, because I'm not a racist type person. But keeping the long story short, that's exactly what he used to do, because he used to sneak down to the States with them and everything else like that, to Tennessee, Texas, and everything else like that. At one time they were a very powerful order. Now, when they first, like he explained to me when I was a kid, their reason for starting was never to racially hate on somebody who was different. It was a spiritual, religious practice that they believed that to get through the power of the evil darkness, that they would set a cross on fire by lighting the way into heaven, through the darkness and into heaven. But then it went out of hand. Like you shared in the South African culture, when they started immigrating over, felt they were being harassed or being racistly being harassed, and it led him from one thing to another. So it goes to show you how quick religion can hurt people if it is not used in the right manner. Today, yes, those guys are still around today. My grandfather isn't. Those guys might be still around today, but they are allowed to practice that, but only on their own campuses, on their own property. They cannot do it on other people's property, or it becomes illegal. Definitely, they have to they have to buy their own farmland for it. They have their own camp for that if they want to hold their gatherings or meetings or their what you call their clan order group. If they want to bring it to order or whatever, they have to do it privately in the woods, on their own property. They have to buy their own property. They have to buy their own farm for it. They have their own farms now for that. Definitely. They cannot parade through the streets anymore in the United States like they used to. They're not allowed to set up on anybody else's property. Even if it is somebody of a South African or Jamaican culture, definitely, or it is considered as being racist, definitely, and it's also considered as being a hate crime, definitely. It is not a hate crime if they're on their own property and doing it to themselves, and then they start seeing through themselves on what they've done to other people over the past times or years. Sorry to have to share this and to educate you guys on this, totally. But yeah. I'm just saying it in a way so it doesn't offend anybody, or say it in a way that doesn't upset anybody. But like I said, I grew up even though I'm a grandchild, I had friends of Jamaican culture, South African culture. They were lovely people to me, that kind of stuff like that. I don't disrespect them for who they are, or their beliefs, or their skin color or culture. They were wonderful friends, and they knew exactly, and they met my grandfather before he died when I was a little kid, and they knew what he was involved in. Definitely. And they didn't have a problem with it. And he actually, it was funny because when we were kids, he sat us all on his lap together. Even my Jamaican friends, and they were born here in Ontario, Canada, but their parents were from Jamaica or South Africa, and he sat them all on his lap with me, and he told them, and he told the same story to me that he told them about the KKK days, and they just sat there and they just laughed. These kids, because they're kids, they just laughed. And my mom had their mother over for tea, and she just sat there listening to it and cracking up laughing. And he gave his apologies and everything else like that on their behalf. Definitely. But like he said, that was what went on during the war days. That's what went on in World War I. That's what went on in World War II. Definitely. And they all said it was never to happen again. But you look at the shit that goes on in the States today, they got to break all the peace agreements and everything else like that. But we're not going to go into that. So, because I don't want to start a what you call a politics power in the comment board. Happens so quickly. But yeah, like today, they have developed their own lodge club halls. And today they don't dress like they would have back those days. Today they just dress like they do at the Legion, with just a crest with their symbol on it, a tie, white shirt, gray dress pants, Freemason regalias. That's all they have. Definitely. They still use their old classical robes, but they use them on their own property. If they're going on a ceremonial parade out in public, no, they don't. They're not carrying crosses down the street. They just march like us Orangemen used to march down the street, with just suit, tie, collars, and regalias. That's it. They don't march through the streets with their big robes and hoodies and that kind of shit like they did in World War II. You don't do that no more. Definitely. That's where people can over exaggerate. Definitely. And a lot of like they have their own bar license and everything else like that to run their own bar out of their lodge. And the guys sit there, they drink, and they shoot the shit about their old clan war days and everything else, like World War II, going back to the back to the early or back to the Holocaust and that kind of stuff like that. That's all they do is they sit and shoot the shit amongst themselves. Definitely, just like the Legion does, with the World War I and World War II veterans. Definitely. Those are the type of clubs they become today, definitely. But yes, they still have the only thing with the religious orders. They still have their fortunately, there's still historical religious traditions, but that is about it. But they keep it within inside their own four walls secretly, and they have their own property. If they're going to have special gatherings where they put the robes on and that kind of stuff like that, on their own property. That they own. So they have their own camp, lodge property, farm properties that they own. That's only for their own people. That operate their lodge meetings and ceremonies on. Definitely. And traditions. And other than that, and they own their own lodge halls and they keep it within their own four walls, because that's the way the law is today. If they're into any of those old traditions or whatever, they can't take those traditions out to the streets and that kind of stuff like that. They're not allowed to anymore. But only thing they're allowed to do is when they have their parade permits, they only march in like just a blue suit jacket blazer with a crest, with their symbol on it. And their mason collars and their actual bowler caps or top hats, definitely. And their lodge flags, their color guard, that and their actual head, their actual head of their head knight swordsman, definitely. So they're different today compared to the way they used to be over history and that kind of stuff like that, and they keep to themselves a lot. Those type of guys do. So they run differently and a lot better than like they used to. Definitely, they have the rules, they have the regulations, and that kind of stuff like that. They have their strict guidelines that they have to stay to, that kind of stuff like that. So, this is why I said they have to restrain themselves to their own property for certain ceremonies and that kind of stuff and traditions, and within their own lodge hall, definitely that they own. That's why you ever see their lodge halls? Why do you think there's no windows? It's a one solid wall. Definitely, there's no windows. But even if they do have windows, yes, they've got them totally well made so they can see out, but you can't see in. Definitely. They've got them on what you call very heavy tinted rubber glass tint, or they don't have windows at all. Definitely. And when their meetings are into order, because they don't want people walking in and off the street, their doors are locked. Definitely, they lock their doors. They lock their members in while their meetings to order. So people on the street don't walk in the middle of any of their traditions or sacred orders or order of business or whatever. And definitely, all doors are locked. And they also have somebody that actually guards the door too. They have two guys in the lodge that guards the door. You have to know a secret. You have to know a secret password to get in. Means you have to be a member of them, and you have to know that password to be allowed entrance in. Definitely. And the secret handshakes. And if you don't know them, that's how they can tell you're not a part of them. You cannot enter into their dungeon presence. Definitely. That's what they mean by they're very what you call very, very, very top secret. That's basically all I'm allowed to share with you. I can't share anything else to do with their actual traditions and kind of stuff like that, for educational purposes and stuff like that. But and for what you call confidentiality and safety purposes at their end, anyways. Definitely. So there's a little bit of education for you guys, definitely. Also, too, we have, what was it? So I mentioned about the haunted house, guys, definitely coming up after Canada Day. That is actually starts off with the chess game and that kind of stuff like that, with chess games and that kind of stuff like that as well. All summer long with chess games. There is also Canada Day live from at home, guys, going all the way up to July the 1st. Definitely, guys, going to get a kick out of that because, again, I've got the audio digital lighting set up for the fireworks sound effects, definitely. Just the sound effects, guys, definitely, because I'm doing it all from at home. So, again, we replicating what you would normally see down at the park. Definitely like that, but in a lighting digital format and sound effects. You guys are going to like that, totally. We'll do a run through on Instagram, and then I will do the main thing on here on YouTube. So you guys will be getting a kick. Other than that, let me know how you guys are liking the Canada Day live from at home magic shows, the beer illusion shows, guys. coming out of that kind of stuff like that. Let me know if it's shocking you. Drop it down in the comments. Definitely. Tell me if you like what you like about it. Again, do share them to your Facebook page or whatever, Instagram page, whatever you want. Definitely. Oh shoot. So there you guys go. There's a little history there for you guys without getting into any heavy preaching or trying to, just like guys, without, like I said, I'm not pushing any beliefs on anybody, and I'm just explaining on how the Christianity movement really works spiritually, that people don't really know about, would not understand that happens. Definitely. That they don't always tell you about, that they're so hush hush about. And they have to be, because so that way you get to know. So how really well do you know your minister, he or she, and definitely outside from being a minister, you don't, or what they're connected to, right? Not always a bad thing though, but yes, or what they're really covering up that they don't want you to know about, and why they're so powerful the way they are. Definitely. And what's feeding them their power and energy. On how this God cycle really works. It's just like a source of energy, electrical energy, either from electrical I can't say electrical, electronic, but source of spiritual, holy spiritual energy. And what's really empowering your churches, and how the Freemasons and the Illuminati really empowers your church, is how they are the highest holy seat above the church itself. You don't know about. So technically, it's the Freemasons that are standing you before Christ himself, and you don't even know it. So technically, it is your local Freemasons that are your Godhead of the church before Christ. It all starts with the high order of the Egyptian pyramids and all-seeing eye of God. That's who God it really is. And that's not an idol. That's not a good idol. That is the power of God himself. Or whatever it wants to be. The power of God, Satan himself. They all like to scare you with. All that power comes from the Freemasons and the Illuminati. It's very hard to digest, definitely. That's why I said it can do a lot of wonders. It can do a lot of miracles. And it can also be your Antichrist. And it can actually be Satan himself and your actual, or it could be or it could be relate to your witchcraft you believe in. It all relates to the all power. It all relates to the all all the it relates back to the Egyptian pyramids of the all-seeing eye of God itself. It is a very everything from Christianity, the Freemasons own Christianity. It is all what you call an extraterrestrial power of manipulation of force, spiritual force, definitely. So technically, yes, it is all paranormal. It is all paranormal and supernatural. Ministers know that. They will not tell you that. They will not teach on it. They will not preach on it from the pulpits. They keep that part of it hidden. They don't want to admit that they are part of the paranormal and the supernatural. And really, they have been for decades. It even goes back to the time of Christ himself. And how the disciples caused the resurrection by committing witchcraft that you didn't see. When they took blood specimens from him, and which caused his resurrections. Because normally when a human being dies, yes, their body or inner soul will leave the body, but they don't resurrect. They don't always come back in human form. Without there being any signs of any paranormal or supernatural witchcraft activity that had took place with the dead body, or in the process of the body disintegrating or dying. Definitely, it's everyday science and evolution and paranormal, spiritual force of energy you don't know about. That went on back those early days, went through all these histories of time that took place that causes the paranormal and the supernatural. That's why they say that's why they even believe today that even Ouija boards, or if you want to call them Ouija boards, some people call them magic boards, contain paranormal supernatural powers. Because it is everything from that to witchcraft to Christianity is all linked to the paranormal and the supernatural. It is all part of the extraterrestrial alien X-Files and FBI files. Definitely. Everything right down to Area 51, the Blue Planet Project, everything to COVID-19, everything. That we're in today's, which is called COVID-19. World War II, when COVID first hit, when it hit in World War II, it was just called COVID, Operation COVID. But yes, not saying back then did they not ever have the coronavirus either. But that's where back in World War II, that's where even my grandfather was telling me when I was a kid, back in World War II, the Nazis were able to, because they were rich and powerful people, they were able to inject the virus into their animals, wild animals like bats, snakes, that kind of stuff like that, and into the Chinese meat market, because they know the Chinese people would eat that during the war, because that's what they would live off of, was wild game. And the Nazis developed back then. My grandfather was saying they developed back then. They did sneaky tricks where the soldiers would sneak in with these chemicals that were declared that would develop a COVID illness that would kill people instantly, and they injected it into the Chinese food market or into their animals. So they knew that when the Chinese people would eat it, that they would have something to pin on the Chinese people and blame them for it. This is what happened even in World War II, and they were knowing that these times were going to come back around. So China for years has always been infected with different diseases and illnesses due to the Nazis from World War II during the Holocaust. That if you really read your history, you would actually read clearly on what they did. Definitely to decrease the population of immigration, because they were declaring an all-white nation. They didn't want Chinese immigrants. They didn't want Japanese immigrants. They didn't want colored immigrants. They wanted the world to be all white collar nation. Definitely. If you actually read its history. I know my grandfather told me these stories when I was a kid. I'm not making this shit up. My grandfather told me these. I was old enough to remember him telling me these stories. I never shared them, or publicly. Um, the first round of it when it started. Now today, when they said never again, and today you're seeing it all happening all over again. It was the Nazis that did it because they knew that China was going to get blamed for everything. Definitely. Or an innocent country was going to get blamed for everything. So it was Nazi Germany that actually actually spreaded the actual virus to begin with. It was Nazi Germany that was the ones that were the brains of the operation back in World War II. That started that for centuries that would cause these to come back around. Definitely, it was Germany that was really originally the cause of it all. Definitely, so that they have something to pin on China. Definitely, or they would pin it on an innocent, country. That was because the fact that China had always been under communist martial law. Definitely for decades, it was always been a communist country. Even back in War II, during when the British was under the Nazi command and that kind of stuff like that, and the invasion of Britain and Spain and France of the Nazis. Definitely. Like I said, I'm not making this shit up. I know what story my grandfather, and I'm not proud of my grandfather for those, but I tell you, but he shared those stories when I was a kid, and they scared the shit out of me. Totally, they scared the shit right out of me, because I didn't take him seriously, because I said, no, that can't be true. But being a grandkid of his now, because like I said, fortunately he survived all the war stuff, and after the war was over, and he survived to see me born in 1980. And when I was a kid, he was telling me all these stories, all these war stories of what they did. Definitely. And everything they used to do. Because he even said there was going to come a time where it was going to come that there was going to be the United States was going to elect a wartime president from World War II, which of course, look who they got, right? For a while, and they put him out. That was gonna bring all this back, and was going to put China on the spot and blame the country of China for everything, and the whole world would stand still and lock down, and that would be an outbreak of racism and hate, just like it did in World War II. This is why I said, at least today we're told to stay home. Like I said, but my grandfather, when he was sharing these stories, in my grandfather's times, they weren't told to stay home. They were put in concentration camps. Everything they were put into, they didn't have the luxury of getting a chance. They weren't the luxury of the government telling them to stay at home, stay safe, stay home. Your internet bills paid up. Watch movies, watch satellite TV. Back those days, they didn't have those options, or sit on or jump around on TikTok, or do a YouTube live media, or go on Facebook, or dance around on Clapper, or go have fun on Pornhub. Those things were not an essential thing back in World War II. Definitely. Like you see today, since we're in a generation where history's trying to repeat itself, and we're in this pandemic bullshit all over again. But I'm too young to see this because I wasn't born until 1980. But now I'm seeing this in this time. So now I understand what my grandfather went through. Definitely the first dosage of it during even the times of the Spanish flu. I wasn't even born. I wasn't even around then. But when I was a little kid, he told me all these stories, and I never believed them. I thought he was just bullshitting everybody. No, I see what I'm seeing today is I'm seeing an actual, and I sit back and I watch the old World War II documentaries. Now we got internet, on Netflix, and I watch those documentaries, and what they talked about matches up to what's going on today. Definitely, and same with what they have to do with Bill Gates. prediction and everything else like that. Um, I'm starting to, as a grandchild of his, I'm starting to see what he went through. A vision means I'm seeing a mirror through to his world that happened in his young soldier days. That's happening all over again today. That I should not be seeing. Even when it comes down to the media and that kind of stuff, like everything's starting all over again. Definitely, that he would not want to see, like they all said then, that they did not want to see ever start again. But their prediction about a wartime president that would have been elected into the United States, it happened. Definitely. That there was going to be a wartime Nazi president that was going to take the seat to the take the seat of the White House, that was going to be elected in, that was going to put communist martial law, and and the fact that COVID was going to happen all over again, or coronavirus would happen all over again, Spanish flu would happen all over again. Look what happened. Definitely. That caused the whole world to get locked down like it did then. But then they were not told to stay home. Then they were actually totally terrorized, totally galore, and they were placed in concentration camps to be killed. Definitely. They were not told to stay home, go out shopping for their essential needs, take your dog for a walk or whatever. You couldn't get out of those concentration camps. So if you had dogs or pets in the concentration camps, they had to shit and piss on their premises. You could not go outside those gates. And if you went outside those gates, you were shot. Definitely shot to death. Or you were jumped, or taken away and murdered. Definitely. This is why I said today we're told to stay home, stay safe, and we can watch movies. We watch satellite. Well, back those days they didn't have those luxuries. So if you guys ever remember the movie The Great Escape, it tells you a true story of that, where they actually dig a tunnel underground, like 3 tunnels, Tom, Dick, and Harry, to escape out of the concentration camp with. And one guy goes into what you call a very anxiety panic, and he rats them all out. Definitely. And half of them get caught and shot, and half of them don't. They all take off like chickens with their head cut off in the woods. Gives you a bit of a vision of what things were like, the first round of it. Definitely back in history. If you really know your history, if you watch these documentaries, because they all line up to true documentaries, that kind of stuff. Those movies are based on on what you call true historical events that really took place. Definitely. And being a grandkid of my grandfather, having to see this shit today, definitely. But at least our government is not being even if they're getting to a communist point, they're not getting to the communist point like they did then. At least today they're telling us to stay home and stay safe. They really sound communist if they're telling us to stay home and stay safe. Because if they were really if Doug Ford and them wanted to get as worse like they did in World War II, I'm not putting any ideas in their head. Yes, they'd be kicking down our even home doors, and they'd be taking us all away, and they'd be killing us. They wouldn't be telling us to stay safe. So yeah, so it's partially communist, but not as communist as it would have been back those days. Definitely. That's what I said. People they watch too many movies and you take things the wrong way. And it's glad it doesn't, in these times, it's not as bad as it would have been back those days. Definitely. But for me to see what my grandfather went through those days and seeing it these days, I tell you, my grandfather had been still alive today, I tell you, he'd be bitching his fucking mouth off. Totally. He'd actually be at Trudeau's office and Doug Ford's office, actually shooting his mouth off over it all, being a World War II vet. He'd have something to say. Definitely. And he was an open-minded man. Totally. This is this is why I said like I um, but he had passed on, but definitely. So that's why I said it's shocking to see on the media, more or less seeing what he lived through and went and survived, everything he survived through, seeing those days happen all over again. Definitely. Um, Same with the racism colonization that's starting too, that's growing. That was just as bad then too as it is today. I think it would have been worse then. Well, no, actually, I think it's worse today than it is then. Definitely. Um, I don't know. I don't know if there's too many World War II veterans left. Definitely, I think there's a few left, but they will understand what I'm talking about and understand what my or would understand and know, and would agree with what somebody like my grandfather would have went through, because they all would have went through the same thing. Definitely back those days. Um, this is why I said it is shocking to have to see all this happen again. Definitely, when they all said, people like when they declared Canada as becoming a free country, and the soldiers fought for our freedom. Definitely, sacrificed their life for our freedom and that kind of stuff. Like they said after World War II that this COVID shit was never to happen again, because it all leads into a war, because this is how World War II started. Um, was all this coronavirus COVID, which literally started a war because of all the racism that piled up on top of it, and all the hatred, definitely, in the world. And also too, then, yes, back then they defunded police services too, back in World War II, and now they're doing the same thing again. Once you disenfund the police services, we will go to war. It's proven science. Definitely, our country could go to war. I'm not saying we're going to go to war. I'm just saying we could, because there will be no police services to withhold law and order, because things will worstly get out of control, and the crime rate will go so high, the hate will go so high, it will, and if everything comes down to where the military has to get involved, or the Canadian Armed Forces will have to get involved, because I used to be in Army Cadets and Air Cadets, then yes, thank you. I will get what I want, and I will have to go to the Canadian Armed Forces and they won't care about education, because they're going to want all the men and women they want. And I would have to shave my hair because I don't want to, but I'll have to. And I will be called back, because they'll pull my cadet files, and thank you very much. I will have to either agree to go on in with them or go to jail. Definitely. So definitely there's going to come a time. Now, Canada's never drafted, but there's going to come a time, just because I used to be an Orangeman, just because I used to be an Army Cadets and Air Cadets, they will pull those files, and they will literally abduct me out of my home and make me serve with them. Definitely. So I will finally get what I tried to get into. Eventually down the road, if this gets any worse. And if you guys go and disenfund the police, and it comes down to the Illuminati running everything, or taking over everything, and the military, Canadian forces have to run everything, and the American troops are going to come and everything, they're going to come knocking on my door, and they're going to have my cadet file in their hand, and they're going to say, Corporal Plain, you have to come with us. You either come with us or you go to jail. You're going to war, if you like it or not, if that time ever happens. Definitely, if this shit gets any worse. So I would have to go from my country. And if our country starts if we're getting to the times that we're now having to do everything the States does, yes, we're going to come in a time where, yes, our governments are going to pull up a draft, and they're going to come crying to us old cadets. No matter where I'm living today, even though I'm not living people anymore today, they always keep the cadet files in their archives. Definitely. As the time of date, I even tried to, even when I went before the armed forces, tried to enlist, and I got rejected, but because I couldn't pass the aptitude test. But During these times, if they get any worse, they're not going to care about the aptitude test. They're not going to care about education. They're going to start doing what they did back in World War II. They're going to drop all that, and they're going to turn around and say, "Guess what? You're coming with us. You like it or not." There's no more getting in with education. There's no more of that. We need the men. We need the women. They're going to come knocking on my door, and they're probably going to haul me out of the shower in my underwear. So thank you guys, definitely all you haters, for not listening to the government, please, because you're going to basically give me what I always wanted. Definitely. Even though I can't say I'll be proud of it, but I guess, well, can't say I would. Again, yes, I am proud of my country, but during these times and how bad things are getting, definitely, yes, you assholes are going to put people like me in a situation that I could have avoided. Or people like our grandfathers told us to avoid, unless we really have to be in those positions. If our times get any worse. Because you assholes out there decide you're not going to listen. Definitely, and you're going to make things worse. So think about what you're doing. Definitely. Please. For the love of Michael Myers. A better way to put it that way. God, I want to put it that way. Definitely. That means my comfortable idea, okay, of completing my transition isn't going to happen. Because there's a possibility that there could be an outbreak of war before that day even comes. Because you idiots out there not listening to the government and think you're all that in the head and think, hey, you don't have to wear a mask. You don't have to be vaccinated. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. I tell you. And you sit there, you want to sit there and claim that you want to disinfund the police services. Yeah, you can. You can disinfund our police services, but once you do that, guess what? We start a DEFCON clock. And then there is automatically, because the police are no longer there to keep law and order, guess what? The military gets dispatched, and that's a bad movement. Bad thing. To call up a war to act. Definitely, we've never had for years. Definitely. Not only the states had. Definitely. So basically, do the right thing. Don't fuck it up. Definitely. Just shut up, roll up your sleeve, get vaccinated, put on your fucking mask. Definitely. So we don't have to become end up in the future becoming like the United States and start drafting us old cadets. Thank you very fucking much. Definitely, because we're disappearing a dime in a dozen. We try to avoid a war situation as possible. Definitely. That's our last resort. But you assholes out there saying we're going to disinfund the police and this and that, go ahead. Once you disinfund the police, guess what? Then the military controls everything. Then we're 100% considered a communist country. Definitely. You guys don't think about that one. And what you're doing to us. Definitely. And what could happen in the near future. Definitely. Think about that. At one time they wouldn't accept me because back in 2001, because of education or height. But if we start becoming like the United States, they start drafting. Yes, they will open up my cadet files, and they're not going to care how educated I am. They're not going to care how tall I am. They're going to pull me back in. They are going to actually come knocking on my door looking for me, and they are going to tell me either I go with them or I go to jail and get destroyed. Definitely. That's the way. If we end up going into a draft like the United States is doing, has always done. So far over history, we never drafted, so we never had to face anything like that. Definitely. And then me also being used to being an Orangeman, yes, they're going to track me down. once you guys turn around your way and defund the police services and all, and everything gets out of control and it causes a big war pandemic, definitely. And the world goes to war again, definitely. What's going to happen? They're not going to care about height. They're not going to care about education. They are going to go through their files, and any files that they had of previous cadet, like myself, no matter what city we were in, units we were in, they will have our unit numbers, everything from our cadet unit numbers, and they will be escorting us out of our homes and putting us back into the armories, putting us back on the front lines, definitely, into their services, or they're going to be locking us up to be destroyed if we fuse their draft, definitely. That's how bad it's going to get, definitely. I hope it doesn't get that bad, but so when you guys sit there and say, oh, you kind of disenfund the police services and that out of existence, when dealing with the military is worse than dealing with the police, I'll tell you. Because the military is, you guys think it's a big joke. It's not a joke. When you're dealing with the military is a lot worse than what the police ever were. I'll tell you. And the military can get more communist at any point in time they want. And definitely, that means more, guess what? More lockdowns, more curfews. You won't even be able to go out for essential needs without having to pass military guards or gun towers. You guys really want that shit? It'll be World War II all over again. Definitely. You guys don't need that shit. Totally. So be careful what you do, please. Definitely. We just want to get through this thing, get back to normal so we don't have to face the worst of it. Definitely. So that's what I said. Start listening. Definitely. Put a mask on your face. Go get vaccinated when it's your turn. They tell you to go get vaccinated. Definitely. When they tell you to stay home, stay home. Don't make things worse, because if you make things worse because of your arrogance, we are not going to get any better. We're not going to get out of this thing. We're going to go deeper into it, and the world is going to fall apart. The world is going to go back to the way things were in World War II, and another world war will start. Definitely. Once you guys get your way and the police services are disenfunded and no longer in service, what you guys think is a big joke, it's not a joke. What's going to happen is there's not going to be anybody to keep law and order. Governments will fall, and the military will control everything, and it will go into a world war. Definitely, is what's going to happen. The world will go to war again, that we don't want. This is why I said you trumpets out there are fucking retarded and stupid. I can honestly say that. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that you don't think on what you're causing. Definitely. We don't want to see those times returning. Definitely. We just want to get through this virus, get it over, done with, get everybody vaccinated, that kind of stuff like that. Get back to normal without having to face destruction, world destruction. Definitely. We don't want another Nazi era starting all over again. I caught a bit of to give you guys a bit of an example. I caught a little bit of something on Facebook that our prime minister was on Facebook. And he was even he was talking to the prime minister of the Ukraine, of Russia, and on basically how bad or how worse that these times could lead into if people are not cooperating, are not listening, or how bad or it can really get for all of us generally worldwide. That we don't want to see again. We don't ever want to go through again. Definitely. So that's why they're telling you guys to listen. So when you're told to stay home, you stay home. You if they tell you don't socialize, don't socialize. Um, they tell you to stay 6 feet apart, stay 6 feet apart. And definitely, do your part, wear your masks, don't be anti-maskers. Wear your masks when it's your turn to go get your vaccination. Like I'm in the process of booking appointments myself. I can't do that till April 18th anyways. Get vaccinated, start listening to what our governments are telling you before you make it worse. Don't be sitting there, acting like big shots and threatening to disfund our police services, because once those threats happen, and it happens, there's nobody to keep law and order in the world. And when there's nobody to keep law and order in the world, guess what? The military has to take things over, and they have to do the police's job. The military is just as bad, can be just as bad as the police can be, or not way worse, because the military can actually get more communist than anything. And it could lead us into more war. It can lead us into another world war in generally times. We don't want to see, we want to avoid from that even happening. Definitely. We want to keep what our veterans fought for in World War II, keep our freedom and keep our time of peace as much as we can. Definitely. We don't need these times getting worse. Because of arrogant people that don't want to wear their mask. He don't want to get vaccinated. Shut the fuck up. Go in, get fucking stabbed in the arm. It's a needle. All you guys have tattoos. You didn't bitch when you guys went and paid thousands of dollars to have tattoos put on your arms or on your back or on your ass. Did you? No, it's no different. Oh, there's a bee sting in the arm. Wow, what bee? You all, if you can handle going to a doctor for a hepatitis B shot, or go to your family doctor for a diabetes shot to go in the stomach, you should not have a problem going for a COVID-19 vaccination shot. Like, holy shit. I've seen some stupid people out there. Totally. Or you can go to a tattoo artist and let them stitch and tattoo you, and whether they use a needle, and your tattoo artist is a medical licensed MD doctor, or would had to been for a year, with good license and good standing to know needles. But yet you bitch about the COVID-19 vaccination needle. You guys are fucked in the head. Definitely. Sorry to put it that way. But if you're somebody who can take a needle in the stomach because you're a diabetic, or take subscribed needle in the stomach because you're diabetic, or you can trust a tattoo artist to jab you with a needle to draw art on your body, or put a nose ring through your ear. Hey, guess what? It's a needle. They use a needle. A lot bigger than the COVID-19 needles, but it's a needle. So for you guys, getting the COVID-19 vaccination needle should be no different than getting a tattoo done or getting a nose ring put in. That kind of stuff like that. Don't be a bunch of babies and pussies. Definitely. I know it is not the mark of the beast, by the way. You won't know the mark of the beast if it came up and kicked you in the ass. So I had to put a defense on that one. Totally. This is why I know I follow TikTok. I listen and watch some of the half these whiny babies on there bitching about they don't want to get the COVID-19 vax, but then they're in the tattoo fucking shop when it's open getting a fucking tattoo put on or a needle shoved in their nose. But they can't, they don't want to get a COVID-19 vaccination needle. Then don't get a tattoo. Don't get a nose ring. Simple as two, because we're all needles. Use needles for. Definitely. So I'm not. I don't want anybody to sound that I'm being harsh or trying to be sarcastic at this. Definitely because I again, there's times I have my, comedianism. Definitely. I've done stand up comedian before. Like I said, I took magical theater arts in public school and high school. Just to guys to as a hobby to entertain you guys and that kind of stuff like that. But I tell you, some of these trumpets out there, I tell you that they're so fucking foolish. Definitely. But yet they're the same ones that can go to a tattoo shop and get a tattoo done. Um, Spend like $15,000 worth of tattoos that's stitched in and done with by a needle. Um, you know, if they're diabetic and they got a subscribe needle for their stomach, or can put a needle in their stomach for diabetes. Um, but they bitch about getting a COVID-19 vaccination needle. Definitely. They're a bunch of fucking pussies, wussies, and motherfucking bunch of babies. I'll tell you. Way to put it that way. Grow up. I tell you, it's so funny. I know. Like I said, I'm not one to make. I'm sorry if I'm making a bit of a joke out of it, but if you really look at it, yes. And I wouldn't blame the fact if our first responders or nurses or doctors or police officers are getting a fucking laugh out of this. Totally. On how babyish some people can actually be. But they're man enough to get a fucking tattoo put on. And how do they put tattoos on? They use a needle. And it's way bigger than the needles they used to vaccinate you with. Be right back in a minute, guys. Actually, I think I'm gonna have preparation. Again, I'm giving you guys a bit of a comedy hour here, guys, too, a little bit. But no, I promise I won't do that for Canada Day. Definitely, I think I'll come up with something different because I probably offended so many people on here so far. Definitely. But yes, in a lot of ways, if you really look at it, really on how foolish, it goes to show you how really for no reason how paranoid some people actually get. Definitely. But yeah, so there's my pet beaver. Let's say my beef on that one. Totally. I wonder how many of them would. Oh man, I gotta watch. Sorry guys, the only reason I said I was gonna do away with TikTok, but no, I can't. I'm sorry. Some of those videos are just making me crack my ass up laughing. I'll tell you because, like I said, some of these foolish people don't want to get the vaccination, or they go and if they do give it, and go get it done. Or they get, let's say if they got a tattoo of Mickey Mouse on their arm or whatever, or Minnie Mouse, and because they got to put the needle in there, they start crying because They stab the needle into Mickey or Minnie. Oh my god. Come on, please. Definitely. It's a tattoo. Um, the whole heel's over. Um, or they complain, oh, I spent $2,000 on that. I didn't want a needle through there. Yeah. Well, how did they put your tattoo on to begin with a needle? You don't think about that one. It doesn't harm the tattoo. Some people are just more worried about their damn tattoos than anything. I don't know if it is because the price value of it. Some people are just nuts. I tell you. But I am live. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a bit of a sense of humor there for you guys there, definitely, on how foolish some people really are. Definitely. I can understand. Yes, I know there's some people out there that they just don't like needles. But I figured, if they got tattoos on them, they shouldn't be afraid of. They should, if they're people that went and paid money to go get tattoos done, they should not be afraid of needles. Um, they should actually be, I would say, be immune and be used to it. Definitely. I can see people that don't have tattoos or whatever may have a fear of needles. Yes, I can understand that when it comes down to the medical end of things where they're doing these vaccinations and stuff like that. Yes, I can see that if there's somebody that doesn't have tattoos. I can understand that their fear on that one. Well, they have a reason to, or phobiasm, or a reason to because they don't have tattoos. But you people that have tattoos, you have no excuse to be phobicism or afraid of needles. Definitely, because your tattoo would have been done with a needle. Or you should have been over that fear. I can understand if you had that fear the first time you guys got your first tattoo. That's different. But now, since if you guys got tattoos on you and you got like 5 or 6 tattoos on you, you should not fear needles of any kind. Medically wise, when you're ready to book, when you guys are ready to go in for your needles or to get those things, definitely, because your tattoos would have been done by a needle. That's all I'm saying. You're putting on a show. That's why the nurses laugh at you. Because they know if you got tattoos, you should be able to handle needles. To go get the COVID-19 vaccination and you should be able to handle it. Don't put on a soap opera. Over it. Oh my goodness. That's gotta be so funny. Totally gotta be so funny. Not bad. I'm having a pepperoni stick, guys. But yeah, again, guys, doing the Canada Day live at home, guys, giving you guys a bit of a comedy hour tonight, like sometimes I do. Kind of mixing stuff up. But yeah, I was just sitting back, relaxing. Thought I'd give you guys a bit of a shoot. Give you guys a bit of just put a smile on your face. Get you guys laughing a bit. Give you guys a bit of excuse me. Get a bit of a sense of humor. No, this I gotta get some more of these pepperette sticks. I'll tell you, these are the hardest ones to ever get, and these are good ones. Totally. That's not good for the brain. And now I know my brain's thinking. Gonna give you guys a bit of a sense of humor YouTube party here, guys. Definitely. That's if any of my TikTok following, watching. So it's okay, guys. You guys can leave comments in the comment bar, but just make sure you guys are clean comments. Make sure they're not rude. They're not hateful. That kind of stuff. I gotta love those. No, that's the hottest pepperette stick you can ever buy. Suicidal. Hot. Really hot. I tell you. Maybe later tonight, guys, I might make myself some Mr. Noodles and that kind of stuff. That would be kind of awesome. Just kidding, guys. I gotta sit back. I gotta relax. Yeah, like I said, this is kind of going down kind of good too as well. I'm just gonna show you this here, guys. Definitely. I had a balloon like this. I don't know where I went to, but it's around here somewhere. Got a keychain. Excuse me. A bit of a key. You can put your keys on there. It's got the Canadian flag on both sides. There's one. Excuse me. One on that side. One on that side. And here, guys, if you guys see that there's the beer cap opener. Definitely, you can see that. But So again, guys, a little bit of a happy hour Canada Day live from at home, guys. Give you some kind of give you guys a bit of a chat session, comedy chat session of it too, kind of. Give you again. You guys gotta have some type of a laugh at sometimes, guys. Definitely. Again, the show started off pretty good. We did a couple of magical illusions to bear from the Magic Hat. Even follow me on Instagram, Subway hat, Magic Hat. Definitely. I have the Magic Hat kind of throws out. I catch definitely. There's a pepperoni stick that came out of the hive. You guys are watching on Instagram, that kind of stuff like that. A couple of beer illusions, that kind of stuff like that. A lot of people kind of enjoy that, the kind of stuff like that. So again, guys, welcome on in, guys. Celtic Gypsy Warriors. Just a name I call my live streams, guys. That's all it is. It's a hobby like everything else. Canada Day live from at home. Definitely. I gotta actually gonna wipe that down eventually. Hey, little Bill. Oh, she went the other way. There she goes. And hey, Lil. Hey, honey. Hey, what are you doing down there? Hey, you want up? Okay, come here. Oh, you want your coat off, don't you? Yeah. This is Lily. Lily. I call her Lily Billy for short, but of course everybody calls her Babablo. Definitely. Hey, get her harness off here. Yeah. Yeah? Is that so? She has this thing, sometimes she likes to complain. That's okay. Don't we all like to complain at times? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this is Lily Billy, guys. I call her. Well, I added in the Billy part, but as a nickname. Excuse me. Yeah. So, guys, yeah, don't complain. Yeah, don't complain. Don't complain. Don't complain. You complain, no. You complain on my next Mexicano. Yeah. Yeah, she's funny at times. Yeah, that kind of stuff. She likes to growl. She doesn't growl, but she complains. She gripes a bit, don't you, sweetie? Yes, you do. Yeah. You go see your mama now, okay? Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, so you guys get to see her. That kind of stuff like that. Fran, I am live. Close your door, please.
I come back out for a sec.
Okay. And I did Instagram tonight. I did YouTube. I think I'm probably going to do Facebook probably tomorrow night. Definitely. Or no, maybe I will tonight for a bit. Since I got no movie lineups tonight. I will probably watch a movie later on for a bit. Really late, but. Probably after Halloween, guys. I may set up my computer over there by the TV. Definitely. So, and I kind of move things kind of around a bit. Definitely.
Again?
Excuse me, but yes, again.
How many times do you change it in a year?
Oh, I always do for each show,
I noticed.
so it looks different. I'm never happy on how I want stuff. Definitely. I'm picky. I'm picky. Ah. Hey, there's Lily Billy. Hey, Bob Lowe. Yeah, you're on TV again, sweetie. Yeah, you just love being on TV, don't you? Yeah. Our guest for tonight, guys, Lily Bob Lowe Plain.
Her name is Lily Ann.
It's Lily Ann Bob Lowe Plain.
Not Pablo. Ann.
It's Lily Ann Bob Lowe Plain.
Only one person calls you Pablo. Yeah.
She's still a Bob Lowe. I don't care what anybody says. She's still a Bob Lowe. Ain't you? You're a Bob Lowe.
See, only Uncle Josh can get away with that.
Yeah, I
Daddy.
can call you Bob Lowe too. I'm
No,
your daddy.
Only
Yes,
Uncle Josh.
yes, I can call you Bob Lowe.
No, only Uncle Josh.
She's still a cutie. She was enjoying herself sitting on the couch.
Well, here you can keep her then.
Put her back on the couch.
Take your baby.
Come here.
Stay with Daddy for a bit.
Everybody takes you away from the couch. Yeah, you know what's that? Yes, you love being on the couch.
When you're ready to go to bed, bring her in.
Yeah, well. Yeah, you're my Lily Billy, ain't you? Lily Billy Bob Lowe Plain. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Your mama has to court you and keep you all to herself. Definitely. When you were happy sitting on the couch, when you came in, you were happy sitting on the couch. Yeah, you were. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. You want to go back on your couch? You want to go back sit on the couch? Okay, you go back sit on the couch. Yep. There we go. Have the whole couch to yourself there, sweetie. See, they can still see you on camera. Yeah. See? Everybody can still see you on camera. Remember, it's okay. You can stick your tongue out because we're not on Vigo. If we were on Vigo, you cannot stick your tongue out. Definitely. She is so funny. I know she understands what I'm saying. Definitely. Don't you, sweetie? Yeah. But that's my little girl over here, I'll tell you. She's a cutie. She's a cutie, Hootie. Yeah. She likes it. She likes it when she's sitting on the couch. She doesn't like anybody moving her from the couch and holding them to themselves. I kind of don't blame her. Definitely. So again, guys, Canada Day live from at home. Definitely. Also, too, guys, just to let you guys know, closer to Canada Day, we will be doing the audio lighting fireworks sound effects show. That's gonna be awesome, guys. So it's gonna look real, basically, but it's gonna be done by audio strobe lighting and sound effects from the computer digital narrator. So it's computerized. And so everything is all pre-recorded. Definitely. We're going to do a run through on Instagram. Definitely, guys. So make sure you guys that are following, make sure you can handle strobe lights. If you can't handle the strobe lights, then wait for another show. Definitely. But even with the Haunted Hunter's Cabin shows, when we get to the strobe lights, you don't have to follow the shows. Just follow the shows that you can handle following if you have issues with strobe lights, is all I'm saying. And that, so, not because there is shows. Yes, I do use strobe lighting, definitely. Other than that, if you guys have any questions, feel free to jot them down below under the video. If you guys like this education or historical history education video, Canada Day live from at home. Definitely. I was going to actually throw on a documentary in the background. I may be doing that another night. Definitely. So that way that show is covered. Definitely. So, and also too, guys, I covered the magical hour. Even Canada Day, maybe we may do a little bit of the magic hour too as well. Nothing like I did in Instagram, to kind of start off. Canada Day itself. No, Canada Day itself is going to start off with the audio, the lighting, audio, digital, strobe lighting, and the fireworks sound effects show is how Canada Day is going to start off. Probably in the dark, definitely, after dark. And then all the lights are going to come on, and we're going to go. Then the Joker's on duty stage, guys, is kind of over here. Is going to take over, definitely, and also Felicia's going to come out. So, yes, Felicia is going to come out. You love Felicia, don't you? Yeah. So then I'd be like, who the fuck is Felicia? She knows it's me. You put my foot in my mouth. Look at the looks like it. Definitely. Of course, I won't ruin the next characters, okay? Pringles Pete and the King of Nightmares, definitely. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm giving myself away because people think, and I have to, because people think that I've got a house full of people here, in generally, when I don't. And that it's a characteristic personality that I have since I was a kid. So I come out as these different people. I come out as these different characters. Definitely. That's the comical part of it, and it's me doing these shows all along. So doing everything myself, definitely. I just wanted to give you guys good cover on that one. Yeah, I kind of gave myself away. Well, I kind of have to, because when people take my shows too seriously, and they don't watch the video all the way through, to really look close at me at the host, and that because you're too quick to judge and say, oh well, they're not social distancing. He's got all these people there. I don't have all these people there. It's me changing outfits. It's me changing masks, changing hats, putting on a wig. Yeah, for Felicia, I do have a wig, but I would love to go back to. Now I'm keeping my long hair. Go back to actually doing authentically dyeing my hair pink, so I don't have to wear a wig. Definitely, but too many people complain about the color hair. So I have to kind of condense down to wigs. Do the old drag style. But that's okay. I'm used to it. It's not the first time I've done that. Totally. Right? But yeah. Somebody's watching me now. Definitely. She's keeping a close eye on me now, totally. Making sure, yeah, she's keeping a close eye on me because she's making sure I don't do anything tricky. Do anything too what you call too tricky. At that. Oh, yes, I forgot to say Mr. Skulls is going to come out too as well. Mock telephone calls from Mr. Skulls, from Felicia, I will set that up probably. Yeah, we're going to do that. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow night. Definitely. I'll show you how that works. From Felicia, Liliani, from Mr. Skulls, from Pringles Pete. Definitely. Who knows? Pringles Pete may actually appear earlier, so there may be time to time, guys. You might hear him in the background before he comes out Canada Day. Definitely in full human form. That'd be awesome, guys. Definitely. But just let you guys know, Pringles Pete, he is a character alone. I gotta get out buy him some Pringles too. He is a very very particular petite comical character, very delicate, very touchy character. He's authentically what you call a Southern Baptist. Definitely. You never know what he's gonna come out with. Definitely. So again, like I come out with the linger totally of the voice of Pringles Pete, definitely. And you guys are going to actually wait when I go into the illusion of Pringles Pete. I'll tell you, you guys are going to love that one. Definitely. And you guys will laugh on how he talks, too. Definitely. He is so comical and can be annoying, too, at times. Definitely. So be prepared to have a good, awesome laugh when it comes down to Pringles Pete. Any hootie. I always like that quote. Any hootie. Yes, I will put the keychain back. Okay, I'll put the keychain back and make you happy. She don't like me touching nothing. Lily don't like me touching a thing on this table. Everything is hers only. Hey there, babies. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay, honey bun. Yeah, that's okay, sweetie. You're allowed to claim everything. Yes, you are. She's cute. Yeah. No, we watched Scooby-Doo last night. Last night. Yes, Daddy, we'll put Scooby-Doo on for you later. Okay, sweetie? Yeah. Or your mama will go take Scooby-Doo and put it on for you when you go to bed. Both ways, you'll get to watch Scooby-Doo or SpongeBob. Yes, Auntie Annette's bringing your SpongeBob movie out when she can come out. Yeah. It's like having kids, I'll tell you. But four-legged kids. But anyhow, yes, I'll keep the show going a bit longer. I'll tell you because we got a little bit of comedy experience. Man, since the comedies are flowing good tonight, guys, definitely. We'll see how tonight goes. And definitely before we start into the comedy hours, I think basically before Canada Day hits, guys, I think basically you could do these out of order. Yes, we're going to get the maybe we should start, maybe we do like we did the magic show. Get the comedy shows out of the way. Definitely. That'll be a good thing. Definitely. Let me kind of in the next few nights get things together. Definitely. We'll see how it goes because everything's going out of order. That way when we get up to Canada Day, we just party and let the humor flow. Definitely. Because I always like to save all the best funny stuff for the official day. Definitely for the official night. Because everybody likes that. Totally everybody likes that. I don't know. I don't know how many people that I know here is actually enjoying Canada Day live at home. Too bad they can't actually come and join me for these shows. Definitely because we can't visit. We can't have people over. It'd be nice if I was able to have one person come join me that's used to working Canada Day or whatever. Come and join me on set. Definitely. For Canada Day alone. So again, no club symbolization. Just to let you guys know, and that because there's no request for it. So, so strictly, it's Celtic Gypsy Warriors all the way. Definitely, uh, everything's falling into my hands finally. Awesomely cool. Even though there's nothing going on at the park because of this pandemic, everything's just a coming my way. I'm taking over the whole shit show. I took it over last year when they had the shutdown and they couldn't have large events. Oh, I took over Canada Day last year in 2020. Made an awesome comedy show out of it. Go check out my YouTube channel. This year, people can't have their parades. They can't have their big events. And definitely because they gather large crowds. Guess what? Canada Day again with me, 2021. Definitely. So definitely, I've taken over for the last 2 years. I took over this gig. Definitely on here on YouTube. Definitely. So they didn't think I could do it. Totally. Or they say, how the hell can you do Canada Day live from at home? How can you even? They said to me, they said, how can you even replicate the fireworks? Definitely without shooting off real fireworks. It's called audio digital lighting, and sound effects. Definitely. They're too shocked on how I can do it. Definitely. I know I have my stressful days, where I have my sometimes I've had my stressful days, where I've got so frustrated to the point I'm kind of a couple times I didn't even realize I was yelling at myself or whatever. I'm not schizophrenic, but I know I've got so to being locked in, all this lockdown or whatever. It's just got so stressful. There is a couple times, yes, it made me go nuts. Definitely, because I've never for the fact because I've never stepped foot out of my house. Definitely, for anything. Unless again, my wife usually goes out and does everything, the essential needs or whatever. I only go out if I really have to sign anything, but other than that, I've not been out of the house a lot. So yeah, so it is. I've had my stressful moments or depression. I had my depression moments, definitely. Always being indoors, definitely. And lacking the outside air and that kind of stuff like that. That's why I'm grateful that I'm still here to be able to do this for you guys. Definitely. To keep my mind off the depression and everything else like that. But yeah, getting Canada Day live from at home, definitely. We had a bit of the magic hour. We had a bit of, again, it was comedy starting to flow, definitely. Too bad I couldn't find my karaoke cord, definitely, for the karaoke machine, because I'd turn it on, guys. We have comedy flowing, totally. Definitely. The comedy hours kind of goes itself in its own direction. Definitely. If I can get my bow tie to fit, guys, the green and white outfit, guys, definitely. The green and red outfit will be coming out again, definitely. You guys liked from last year. Again, the setup's different this year, definitely from last year's shows, definitely. Changing outfits. Who knows? With Felicia being out here too as well, guys, I may actually go slip into my dress at the back. Definitely for some of these shows too as well. And who knows? I may even get my wife to help me to apply the makeup on me, definitely. So, we are gonna we're gonna have Canada Day live from my home going as good, as we normally do. Definitely. So you guys are gonna kind of be able to enjoy it. Leave nice, good comments. Definitely like that, guys. Again, of course, Felicia may want to do some kind of bebop and dance music. Who knows? She may set up, may get the other thing set up somewhere over here, where there's a plug, where there may be a bit of a musical party to it. So we're on YouTube, guys. Yes, I just let you guys know I do use music material. And definitely, but I don't, like I said, I don't make money at this kind of thing. This is not a money making thing. This is just a hobby, just to enjoy myself, that kind of stuff like that. To draw people in, let them follow, watch, make it more livelier. It will be Canada Day. Canada Day's coming up. I think Canada deserves that kind of, our country deserves that kind of a birthday celebration. Definitely. For 2021. I tell you, this is what I said, guys. This is awesome. Too bad, guys, with this pandemic going on, with Canada Live at home. I am so sorry I cannot arrange to bring a real life celebrity and invite a real life celebrity here for you guys on live. Definitely, I would definitely to join in with me for that day. Definitely. To have a few brewskis with me, definitely, to get things very comical and going, up and running, to get you guys a laughing, get you guys a partying, that kind of stuff like that. Again, a one man kind of what I can't. I'm not gonna say one man. I'm gonna say one person show. I'm not gonna use the word man with the fact that I'm non-binary. So, just like I said, guys, yes, I am non-binary, but I am not a full trans. I'm not a full trans woman yet. There's procedures I have to go through, and I can't change anything with any legal government forms or courts and that kind of stuff like that till you go under surgery. Till you can afford to go under surgery or go to special appointments, to book appointments to have to come out after having the actual transition surgeries done. All my legal paperwork has to stay as a male, fortunately, until I'm able to afford to book those kind of appointments, and after all this COVID is over and that kind of stuff like that, to book those kind of appointments, to go through those appointments, and to go through those surgery sessions and appointments and that kind of stuff like that. I can't change any legal forms until I really go through with everything, and definitely, and until I've gone through surgery appointments and sessions and that kind of stuff like that. And everything of me is physically changed. Definitely, that is just the way the Ontario government works when it comes down to forms. Definitely, it'd be nice if you could just change your forms before everything else. You can't do that. Definitely, they don't let you do that. There's laws that says you cannot do that. Maybe in some areas they were able to get around that. Not in Ontario. It is totally. I've checked. I've read up on it. Checked up on it. And definitely. And I've asked questions. And that's what my doctor's secretary is telling me, anyways. So, and that kind of stuff like that. So, like I said, it is. So again, like I said, I'm not going to go into too much detail about that in anyways. But yeah, so this is basically, yeah. So this is my coming out part of the show, definitely. Publicly in video, definitely. Even though that I'm 40 years old, I'm over 18, I'm a legal age. I do not have. Like I said, like I shared before, my father does not have no legal say because he's not been my father since I was 3 years of age. He's not. I've not been under his custody or whatever. He has no final say over that kind of stuff, or over this kind of issues, or over this kind of these times and that kind of stuff like that. And my mother's passed on, so she would have been the only one that would have had that kind of say, definitely. But because my mother's passed on, I'm free to do what I want. Definitely. I've already had this conversation with my wife. She is okay with it. She said she'd be supportive of it, but I got to find out if it is the type of thing that OHIP will even cover or may not cover. That kind of stuff. So, like I said, it's a lot of research, and it's a lot of research, very long journey too, as well. Definitely on top of that. And also too, right now, for the fact, because I'm not working, I'm laid off due to this pandemic. There's no way that I don't have my 1 day a job, my 1 day a week job to save up the finances totally. Because when this pandemic started, it screwed me definitely. Because the fact that I was laid off from my job due to this pandemic. So there's a possibility, yes, I could be called back, or I may not ever get that job back. We don't know which way yet, how this pandemic's really going, definitely. Because after so many months being laid off, the job has totally terminated itself, definitely. You're technically considered permanently out of work, in most cases, even if it was like mine was an actual placement, government placement, work placement, that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, fortunately on that one, kind of puts you a little bit into what they call a douche canoe, if you want to put it that way. But yeah, I sit back, and I do these magical. Like I said, the magical illusion is talents I've had since public school and high school. Now, let you guys know, I took a professional course in high school. Ever since I left grade 8, even when I was in grade 8, I took the basics. When I went to high school, I took a professional magical theater arts course. Definitely, to do these magical illusions and how to do them right and that kind of stuff like that. Kind of fool you with. I took a professional course on them, definitely, when I was in high school. Before they kicked me out because my dad wasn't paying child support to my mom or whatever, and they didn't want to keep me in high school. That's a long story. I'm not going to go into that one. But so there goes. There went my opportunity for university and college down the fucking down the toilet. Definitely when I could have made something of myself, and that kind of stuff like that. It just wasn't so. So what little I have for talents, guys, is just a hobby. I don't get paid for it. It's not a business. I don't make money at it. It is old high school interest hobby training that I had, that I kept up over the years, and that kind of stuff like that nobody knew about, that I had, just to cheer myself up and to cheer other people up. That's about it. I don't make money at it. It's not a money making thing. It's not a career. It's not a business. It's a fun thing, that kind of stuff like that. It's not a university career. It's college career, that kind of stuff like that, or leading into like making, going into like what you're going into, like going into like up the ladder to like to Las Vegas, you know, big making a big business or big career out of it. Definitely. It's to me it's just a hobby. But yeah, that kind of cheers me up too, and it cheers other people up too as well. It used to cheer all my friends up when we were in school too as well. They used to get a kick out of it, definitely. But yes, I when I was in high school, I did because I was taking the course. Yes, I did have my own magic boxes. They got destroyed in my mom's basement. Definitely, they were not worth getting back. Totally. Or nowadays, you couldn't put anybody in them because they were so ruined. And mildew all through. Definitely, you couldn't put an assistant in them. Shucks, like I used to. And I had them specifically built to fool you guys with too as well. Where the person could actually disappear. And reappear. They were so fun. I'll tell you. They were so fun of gadgets to ever have. I'll tell you. It was just like a carnival ride. Definitely. Round and round and round she goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Don't pick your nose. I used to get a kick out of that. Definitely. Totally. I used to get a kick out of those things because I love those things. Totally. But I miss those things too. But to get a new set, now to actually order a new set, they're expensive. But the ones that I had were not ordered. They were homemade from wood and that too, and painted up myself. Was the only difference. The ones you buy today, oh yes, they charge you an arm. You're like, I'd never be able to afford those. Definitely. They'd be so expensive. To build back up. Definitely. But it would have been cool. It would have been cool here for now because we're in a we're in a social media generation, guys. Would have been cool for YouTube and would definitely look good on Facebook and that kind of stuff like that too as well. Everybody, yeah, that would have been a shocker. Everybody would have got a kick out of them. Totally. And generally. Just wait, guys. Just waiting for the joking hour to appear here. See if we get see if we get a bit more sense of humor here flowing. Now I let it guide itself appear when it wants to on its own. Ain't that right, Lily? Yay, Lily, it's right, Gypsy Rover. Oh, Pringles Pete, I didn't even know you were here. How come you didn't call? I would detain at the buzzer. Oh, good lordy. I know he'd pop in, didn't I? So, Pringles Pete, since you're here, what have you been doing? Oh, nothing much. You know, sitting down watch TV. You watch TV? Yeah, yes, I watch TV. What a clown. Totally. How's the Pringles sales coming? Yeah, not too good. Nobody buying them these days, you know. Oh. You see who's sitting here on the couch? Oh, yeah, Lily. Hey, my little Pablo. Yes, Pringles Pete, you can go sit with Lily. So, Pringles Pete, when we get the Hunter's Cabin, I've got a new surprise for you this year. Is it going to be a darn vacuum cleaner again? No, you're not a vacuum cleaner this year. You're actually going to be a scarecrow. Oh, get it. I get to be a scarecrow. Yeah, but you're still up for coming here you're still going to be good for coming out for Canada Day, right? Oh, yeah, I wouldn't want to miss Canada Day. Definitely. I tell you. Or maybe Pringles Pete, you could be a vacuum cleaner. No, I ain't gonna be no vacuum cleaner. You can shove your vacuum cleaner up your ass. Okay, don't go there. Don't go there. Um, hey, Gypsy Rover. Yeah, I'm gonna go watch a movie with you, Ralph. Okay, yeah, you go right ahead, but you keep your hands to yourself. Yeah, I will. And don't slam the door. Now we know he's around. Hey, babies. Well, at least he said hi to you. At least he said hi to you. Definitely. I tell you, well, at least we know one's. At least one decides to show up without calling. Definitely, like usual. Um, that's okay. It's not, you know. Um, now we just got to see. Oh, now we got the mark again. He may still. I don't know if he's still going to use the telephone or not. Maybe not. We still have again. We still have Felicia coming around too as well. Hey, Gypsy Rover. Oh, Felicia, you're here too. Yeah, I'm here. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Definitely, guys. Felicia's in the building. Yeah. I can go see Pringles Pete. Okay, go in there. He's waiting. Oh no, don't go in there. He won't leave you alone. I don't have to worry. Okay, I don't have to worry about her. I just just cracking you guys up laughing right now. Guys, I do the voices for everything. Now, she really doesn't. Guys, when I come out as Felicia Liliani, she really doesn't sound like that. Definitely, I'm just fooling with you guys. Definitely. But Pringles Pete really does sound like that. Definitely. Yes, Lily, I'm nuts. Okay. I'm not off my rocker. Not yet. Definitely. But no, just like guys know, Felicia really doesn't sound like that. Definitely. But definitely, guys, Canada today, yes. We got Pringles Pete, we got Felicia coming out. So yes, when Felicia comes out, we will dollar her up in makeup. Not a problem, guys. Definitely. I will see if I can find some. I don't know. They're expensive these days. Definitely. I haven't seen the King of Nightmares yet, or haven't heard of him coming in the door yet. The other two idiots came through the door. They never tell me when they're here, anyways. Oh, I can do a TikTok too. Shoot. Yeah, you know what, guys? While I'm live, guys, I'm gonna do. Guess what? While I'm live, guys, I'm gonna do a TikTok. Okay, I'm gonna change over, and I'm gonna do a TikTok since I am live. So you guys are gonna like this. So I am able to do a TikTok, and I'm gonna go back over this way. Ow! I hit the strobe light. So we're gonna see if we can find a little bit of Freddy. We're gonna find his track here, guys.
What are you doing?
may have to do something different, guys. Just doing a bit of a tester, guys. We're not ready for the New Year stuff. Let's see if we get. Let's see, night. Let's see if we get the King of Nightmares here, guys. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for. Oh, we're gonna do again, guys. We're gonna do this other one here. Oh shoot! Sorry, guys. I goofed up. One, two. Let's see if we see what kind of setting we can do back here, guys. And definitely give you guys that way we guys can know that Freddy's that the King of Nightmare, guys. You guys already know who he is. That's going to appear Canada Day, guys. Night. See if he's going to be in the building. So he's coming through the door. One, two, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, gonna stay up late. 9, 10, never sleep again. 1, 2, Freddy's. Okay, we did one TikTok. She was muted. Ay. One, two, Freddy's coming for you. 3, better lock your door. We're gonna try another one here, guys. Definitely. When they criticize me. No, you don't need that one. Let's see. Look at that, guys. So good, guys. Canada is going good. Felicia, Princess Pete, and the King of Nightmares are all here right now, ready for this Canada Day. So we're going good. That gives us a good start, guys. Definitely gives you a little taste on what Canada Day life from at home is going to be like this year. Because Canada Day night, guys, is a kickoff into Haunted Hunter's Cabin. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, gonna stay up late.
9, 10, never sleep again. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door.
Okay, kid, you're scaring the shit out of me now. That's the only part about that movie that makes me shillity my pants.
9, 10, never sleep again. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, grab a crucifix.
Man, ain't we gonna have a fun Canada Day night, happy hour party night? Definitely going into Haunted Hunter's cabin afterwards. Guys, I'll be right back, I tell you. They're muting everybody. Oh my god, I muted everybody on the talk. Holy fuck. No, I didn't do a thing. Holy shoot. Let's see who else is going to be here for Canada Day night. I'll tell you. Well, here we go, guys. This is going to be spooky. Oh, man, this is terrible. Oh, forget it. Holy jumping. What's going to do? Holy shit, I tell you, guys, we know that Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys, is really pushing in. Definitely.
Just say to the person that likes every one of my videos, that comments on them daily.
Good, he's not muted.
Follows me and likes to stalk me. Keep doing it, you beautiful freaky thing. Can I just say to the person that
I gotta
likes
love
every
this
one of
guy.
my videos,
He's one of my favorites.
that comments on them, that follows me and likes to stalk me.
So, guys, they're all here. They're all here. I can't believe it. They're all here. All for the kickoff to Haunted Hunter's Cabin. Oh boy, isn't it going to be spooky? Isn't it spooky? It's going to pick up that kickoff night, I'll tell you. Canada Day night, I tell you. How do you get out of that? Canada Day, guys, live from at home. The Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin chess games. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. People, I cannot believe that. That was shocking for TikTok. Pringles Pete walks in the door here. Who was it? Felicia walks in the door. The King of Nightmares appears. The Witches of Haunted Hunter's Cabin appear. Headless Headhunters. Ian and Ivan. And everybody on TikTok goes silent. Holy jumpins. Definitely. Shit, I gotta turn the lights on. I tell you, I did, guys, it's not me. I didn't do a thing. Okay? I had nothing to do with this. I tell you. I'm responsible for a lot of shit, but I'm not responsible for this. Everybody on TikTok goes fucking silent. Everybody goes mute. Gets muted. Holy shit. Just for Canada Day live from at home. Definitely. Guys, I tell you, the weirdest things does happen. And it comes down to Canada Day live from at home, guys. Definitely, when it comes down to Hunter's fucking Cabin, definitely doing, especially when the Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys, is hosting Canada Day, it's got to be the worst. Definitely. Especially when it's going to be a kickoff night, too, as well. Definitely for the Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin chess games. Definitely. And then I say, hey, yeah, let's do a TikTok. Everybody's all of a sudden, they're tuning into YouTube. Everybody goes silently quiet and gets muted. I definitely, I tell you, after I'm done going live, they got to be back. They definitely gonna go back to normal. Definitely. I tell you, I have to grant though. See, they're back to normal now.
One, two, Freddy's coming for the judges will decide.
Oh. So now they're back to, now they're unmuted. Definitely. You'd be surprised what happens when the King of Nightmares appears. Totally. Anything is totally possible. Since now you guys do normally go according to Hollywood, guys. The real guy that does that is Robert Englund, but because I've added his character into Haunted Hunter's Cabin because I thought it would fit, and I have my own Freddy Krueger costume. Definitely, I figured that would fit in here. Definitely. So he is declared as the King of Nightmares. So definitely, guys, the King of Nightmares, guys, there's going to be one hell of a Canada Day party ever, guys, live from at home. So good thing, guys, you guys are sitting at home now. Now you see why I tell you 18, 19 plus to follow on in. Definitely, because some of the things that may appear, definitely when Haunted Hunter's Cabin is hosting Canada Day here in Call the Gypsy Warriors, guys. It's Canada Day. You're never going to forget. Definitely. Way different than you'd ever see down in the fucking park. Definitely. That's going to shock your socks off, especially going into the Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin chess game challenges and everything else like that too as well. Hey, babies. Yeah. And So basically, we have a lot of fun around here. Definitely, Celtic Gypsy Warriors, King of Nightmares is here. Felicia's here. Pringles Pete is here. Definitely. They're all in the other room hanging out with my wife. um, and the funny thing is, guys, we're all here on time for Canada Day. This is what I was hoping for. I thought they were going to call. Maybe we don't have to do the mock telephone call because where they call in before they come. Apparently, they all showed up without calling before coming. They just show up. And we got Ian and Ivan in the house too. The two headless headhunters. I tell you heard them crackling in the background. But yeah, give you guys a bit of a spooky treat. Definitely. I can't believe that they went muted from everybody else on TikTok got muted for 5 seconds instead of one video, just except for one video. Holy jumpins. Oh my god, that's gonna be so funny. Definitely. That guy's there for my shows here on YouTube. It's gotta be a world record ever to be pulled. Matt, that's gonna be an ever world record or a magic trick that has ever been pulled. Definitely, out of all my magic tricks. And the funniest. That as well. They must be all tuning into YouTube at the same time. Definitely. So they're kind of joining in, I think yes, joining in on the laughter. Definitely. Because it is brightening their day, it's making their day, it's making them laugh. That is the main number one key. And definitely. I gotta go back and I gotta watch this. Totally. I gotta go back. I gotta freaking go back and watch this. Totally. I know I do watch my own YouTube channels, guys. I do watch my own YouTube shows after I make them. I watch my own TikToks. Definitely. As I do them. That kind of stuff like that. It is, like I said, it is quite of an interesting thing to put together. And definitely. Guys, you gotta have some enjoyment, you gotta have some fun. Definitely, you can't be so serious. You gotta let the laughter flow. You gotta have some type of character in you, personality, talents. You gotta let it out. Enjoy yourself. Definitely. So definitely, you guys know when the King of Nightmares, he's in the house, the lights go down. And definitely, I know a lot of people are liking this YouTube show in general because I know there is what you call a lot of horror movie fans out there like myself. Definitely. And I do this for you guys. I go out of my way for you guys. Definitely. I don't do this. I don't go out of my way and do this for the haters. I do this for you guys. And definitely, because I know how you like me. You're horror movie fans, and definitely you like stuff to do with Freddy Krueger, Jason, that kind of stuff. You're into that kind of stuff. If you're an actual horror movie fan, it lightens your spirit somehow. It makes you laugh to see this type of Comic-Con. Same when I put on my Ghostbuster suit and I do a Ghostbuster come out as a Ghostbuster. You guys get kick out of it. Now I don't have a Ghostbuster Proton pack, and for me to actually pay to have a professional one made, I can't afford it because it's very expensive. So yes, probably if I do ever get one, I'll have to get kids one, definitely. But better than nothing, I tell you. If it is for props for these live streams, like Haunted Hunter's Cabin or Canada Day Live at Home, oh yes, I have no problem throwing them in. I have no problem at all throwing them in on here. Totally. Now, does anybody have any questions? Generally, feel free to ask away. The comment board is open. And don't put stupid retarded stuff like, oh, is that your post? What a question that I always get. Gotta be one of the dumbest. Yes, this is my private studio channel on YouTube. My live stream. Same when I'm on TikTok. It's my studio channel that I'm on, my own private channel I'm on. Because we have all set up in different channels. When we're on TikTok or whatever, we register and apply to create different channels. Definitely. Same with YouTube. I'm on my own YouTube platform. I'm on my own TikTok platform. I'm on my own Facebook platform. Instagram, even when it comes on Instagram. So don't ask stupid questions. Holy shit. Or if it's not that, then I get, oh, what's your pronouns? You only have to ask that once, not 15 times. I get people asking the same question 15 times. Because if I get asked that question, I've already shared that like several times. And they could change. If I hear it 15 more times, I'm just going to put up honk on Bobo as my pronouns. That's all you need to know. Or go honk on Bobo. Que plante. You're not asking the same questions 26,000 times and driving me freaking nuts. So, sometimes have to have kind of what you call the weird comebacks to everything. Totally. I tell you, we have a lot. I have a lot of fun around here. Totally, definitely. From controllatrizing to comedy, stand-up comedy to a real live magic show. Beer illusions out of the hat, everything, guys. Everybody's probably a one-man. I can't again. Sorry, I'm not going to say one man. I'm going to say one person act. One person show, definitely, that you probably haven't seen for a long time. Definitely. If you guys were born earlier than I was, and you grew up let's say you were born in the 50s, you grew up in the 60s, you remember people like what Dick Van Dyke was like, a one-man act or a one-man show. One person did everything. Change tats, change costumes. Definitely. That's me all over. That's me bringing that out all over again. Definitely. But in a different way. Totally. Into these times into 2021. Like I was born in 1980. I grew up in the 1990s, and it was still around. It was an act that was still around. Definitely. and that kind of stuff like that. And we had seen over the years, even when there was a guy in the same lodge that I was in when I was in the Orange Lodge, when I qualified to be there. He was a one-man circus act. Definitely. He was the circus clown. He was a juggler. He was a magician. He would rode a motorcycle. Yes, he did ride motorcycles in the big. He had his own big steel cage wheels that he used to ride around in. He used to carry around on a transport truck he used to drive. He used to carry all his equipment around. And he had a unicycle he used to ride around in the shopping malls with. And he juggled at the same time. He was also a fire juggler. The guy did the works, totally. Our lodge was a circus lodge. Now, not all of them were. Ours was. So we did everything from magical tricks to circus clowns to some guys did balloon animals. I didn't do balloon animals. I did like mock magic shows out of my hat, like for the adults, beer illusions. If it was a kid's show, it would be Pepsi Pop. It'd be Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, or Coca-Cola, or a bag of chips even. To put a smile on the face to shock them. Definitely. It was totally different. Or the chocolate milk illusion. Where we call one of them up as an assistant. And you would do the illusion trick where you're pouring the chocolate milk through their head, like putting the syrup and the powder into their head, and then put a glass underneath their armpit and watch the chocolate milk come out of their armpit. I remember that one. Definitely illusion. The other guys were better at it than I was, definitely. But yes, it was totally different. Totally, because our lodge, we did a lot of what you call one person theater, magical theater acts, circus acts, that kind of stuff like that. And then the Shriners always had their big circus that used to travel with a whole cast and crew. That kind of stuff like that too as well. So that I always did remember totally. So it gives you guys a little bit of a taste. Guys, Canada Day live from at home, guys, is going to be good just by seeing tonight's show. Definitely March 26th into July the 1st. Now, you guys are probably sitting there thinking, well, Freddy Krueger has nothing to do with Canada Day. Okay, now here is the Comic-Con twist. Okay? Yes, we know he has nothing to do with Canada Day. The character of it anyways. Or the Comic-Con end of it. And that with Canada Day live at home, because the fact that I also do Haunted Hunter's Cabin, Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin game challenges, or the Haunted Games that starts on the 2nd of July, goes all the way through Halloween, goes unless you're going to New Year's. Definitely with the big Haunted Hunter's Cabin, Haunted House on Halloween night. Definitely where he would normally fit. I thought it'd be different to bring him out for Canada Day night, because Canada Day night is the kickoff for the Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin chess games that starts on July the 2nd and goes all the way through to New Year's Day this year. Normally it would only go to Halloween night in October, and definitely, and then it would go into Christmas Elf Lounge. But because this year it has to do with the paranormal and supernatural kind of theme, and there's going to be a haunted Christmas, there's going to be a haunted paranormal supernatural, what you call haunted New Year's Eve, haunted New Year's Day, which is a big twist. with Canada Day live from at home. I thought it'd be awesomely good on Canada Day night coming up, to be the start off and the kickoff show for Haunted Hunter's Cabin, which starts on July the 2nd. And it's going to go all summer long. So it gives me time to kind of rotate the background and everything, and let it start coming out, and developing into the haunted house. So that there is going to be quite. So there is a quite cool thing, definitely. And yes, I will also go put on my devil's costume too as well. I do have a devil's costume, guys. I will be in that. There will definitely be coming. The devil will be coming out too as well. So do watch for that. It's definitely. Hey, Lily Bill. And so again, that covers this show tonight, guys. And I got to slip off and throw a movie on because Lily Billy wants me to throw a movie on. And I think I covered the most tonight, guys. And I think I kind of gave you one good spook kick in the arse tonight. Definitely. So again, thank you guys. Celtic Gypsy Warriors live, Canada Day live from at home, guys. Definitely. Kind of a YouTube show hour. Definitely. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Do feel free to like, share, subscribe to my video, guys. Definitely. Hope you have a good laugh. I'm going back and I'm going to view this. Definitely. And have a good night, guys. Bye for now.